Good morning. Wait, am I echoing? The voice from heaven. Good morning. Wait, where am I? What the fuck? I'm gone. Holy shit, I'm gone, chat. I'm gone. Like, actually, where am I? Oh, that makes sense. I see now. I am invisible. Oh. Good morning, evening, whatever time it is where you are. Good morning. Good morning. Yes. It lives to fight another day. Did you drop down from your ceiling to pop up like that? Let me internalize that. Did I drop from my ceiling to pop up? Yes. Full disclosure, I still don't understand the question, but yes. Good morning. Hi, everyone. I have to be honest, chat. I've been sitting here for 5 minutes. I was like sitting here staring into the void. I'm staring into the void, chat. I don't know what to do with my sofa. I don't know what to do with my dog, but here we are this morning. I'm sorry I'm late. This creature kept me up. Me? No, I didn't. It was like 1 a.m. max. And it stared back. Test, test, test. Good morning. More night. More night. Good morning. I'm losing my... The cushions of the sofa typically have zippers on the back for removing the covers. My dog peed on my sofa. No, I had... You know what, chat? No, I swear to God, I'm just furniture steam cleaner. Brother. My cat just looked at me. Cat. Okay, chat. No, I swear to God, I had the epiphany of my life this morning. Had to get a special vacuum. Chat. No, chat. I have a special... Not special. Eternal. Not eternal. I had a deep realization this morning, chat. Hear me out. Someone's gonna whip out the poop. No, the sigh counter. Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. This is it. It's happening. The descent to insanity. Because I'm not there yet, mind you. Okay, chat. Gonna side one time. Thank you. At this point, Kanna's gonna go through all... He's gonna eat my homework. Okay. This morning, I finished breakfast, right, chat? I had a wonderful breakfast, by the way. I bought bread. I haven't bought bread in a very long time. I made toast, chat. For the first time, I've never had brioche. Brioche. What the heck is shakupan in English? Chat. What is the toast? The toast bread, but it's not, you know, like what is toast before it's toasted? Sliced bread. I've never Shut up. Bread. No, really. Oh, what? Okay, I bought I bought pre-toast toast. You're right. I bought toast before it's toasted. You understand me, right? You comprehend my yes. I bought toast before it's toasted, but I've never gotten brioche pre-toasted toast before. Right? And I was like no, wait. Pre-toast means it's toasted before it became toast. So does that mean my brain hurts? Untoasted toast. That's what I'm going with. That's pre-toast. I'm going with untoasted toast. I'm already confused. No, bear with me. No, hang in there. Hang in there. No, really. I will make sense. I always make sense. I'm so confused right now. I bought untoasted toast brioche bread thing. Correct? I bought brioche untoasted toast the other day. Hang in there. I feel like I need coffee already. I haven't had my coffee. Just say I bought bread. Let's just bread. Chat, no, we're not even 15 minutes in yet. And that's not even, that's counting the waiting room time. Bear with me. I'm not even rage baiting. I'm just dumb. Okay, chat, no, really, okay. Inner peace. Inner peace. We should have a chat sigh counter. Rage counter. Okay. I feel like we're at least 15 minutes. And no, okay, hold on. Cause like, I'm not even where I'm there yet. I'm still talking about breakfast. Okay, no, okay. Back to my story. I bought bread. I bought brioche bread that's been pre-sliced into untoasted toast. Okay, you get me? You get me? Like it looks just like normal untoasted toast, but it's square. Wait, no, untoasted toast is always square. You know what I mean?
Saying society for a while where I would say punch you say amarasin. You know like God is saying by saja, yeah.
Okay, but to be fair, I forgot that mod say existed. I didn't know. It's still echoing. From sound reverb. Oh, brother, this is too. You know what? Mod say 2 exists, mod say doesn't. I think we got off on the wrong foot, chat. We should. You know what they say? The start, like, I've heard someone say that a stream on Twitch is like climbing a hill. You slowly, steadily go up and don't start on the hill and jump off, right? Like you slowly, steadily climb on the hill and then jump off. You know what I mean? You understand, right? So you started on a free fall. Okay, you know what? But the water has been spilled, and I'm like, okay, no. I don't have a degree in English, but this whole conversation could be a single sentence. I bought slices of brioche bread today and ate it. Oh my god! And I thought I was being concise. Damn. The average Kanna stream on Twitch is like climbing 5 Mount Everest back to back and climbing 2 Mount Fuji's. Then the fastest way down is down a cliff. With Monte in the background, I see. At what point does untoasted toast... I'm trying to be not only concise, but very detailed and clear. Back to my... I totally bought... What was the word again? Okay, I'll just say it the way I've been saying it because I don't remember. I bought brioche bread that has been pre-sliced. And then so they're untoasted toast. Okay, the reason I say this is because, chat, in my head, brioche bread has like a funky mushroom top. You know what I mean? It has like a dome top. You know what I mean? It has a dome top, usually, in my head. I may be wrong. But this one, chat, is rectangular. It's rectangular. You get me? You understand me? It doesn't have brioche bread. This one is absolutely rectangular. Okay? You understand me, right? Like sliced bread, untoasted toast, like, you know. And you like show the image so we can be confused even more. What? No. No, you understand me. I know deep down you understand me. Look into my eyes. Stop lying to yourself, okay? Like, okay, like, I should get that OBS extension thing where you can draw on the screen. That will showcase my conciseness.
Makasih ya, Beb.
What did I do? Vendors, what did I do? Okay, wait. Brioche is a... Yes! Good bread should be much... Okay. Yeah, Pullman. I want... Pullman thingy-maboo. Okay. Let me search Google. Pullman versus no Pullman. Bread. Chat, we got this. No. You will understand. You will comprehend. Yeah, I found a picture from a random person on Facebook. I'm borrowing your image, good person, sir, ma'am. File name bread. Bread JPEG. Yes. Okay, here, wait for it, chat. Hold. We're starting on the bottom of the foot. We're starting on the foot of a hill, and we're steadily, slowly climbing up the hill. Okay? Okay? So like here. It's cropped. But you understand me. You will comprehend me. I need to unlock this image so I can uncrop it, you see? Okay. Why does it not work? How is it still cropped? Oh, the left side. Okay, chat. You see on the right is what I imagine to be after plummeting to the bottom. You see on the right, that's what I think a brioche loaf of bread is. Right? And then, yeah, so yesterday, well, not yesterday, dude, I have time agnosia. One of the last few days, right? I found found a bakery that's selling brioche bread, but it's square, rectangular, brickish. It's brickish. It's Pullman. Pullman! Okay? Okay? Okay, I saw one that's like on the left, right? And I was like, I've never had a brioche Pullman bread untoasted toasting before. The left one. Okay. To be fair, this is from... Maybe it's not the best representation, but you know what I mean. It doesn't look that terrible, I swear. Wait, I found a different picture off of Facebook. Maybe, ta-da! Right? You mean raw toast. Yes, I do. Okay, so... I'm pre-clapping for myself. So I bought brioche Pullman loaf sliced thing, right? And and I prefer her bread boneless. Now I swear to God. Okay, anyway, I bought the bread and today I finally try it. What was I talking about? Oh, I'm talking about my great breakfast. Okay, so I took the untoasted toast and I toasted it so it became toasted untoasted toast. You hear me? And it was like the perfect golden brown. You know what I mean? Like it's like that, you know when you make toast and there's like a degree of toastiness. You know what I mean? There's a degree of toastiness. That's a very long test, good sir. And I should wear my glasses. There. Anyway, they're like perfect golden brown on one side, but we don't talk about the other side. They were perfect golden brown. I made a cheese omelet. Hi, Kanna. Good morning, Zane. You missed absolutely nothing. I mean, we're starting on the foot of the hill, chat. We're starting on the foot of the hill. Anyway, I made cheese omelet and it was like perfectly cooked, chat. It was like, okay, why is it more blurry when I put on my glasses? Oh, cause it's dirty. Okay. This is like when you need to submit an essay with 10,000 words, but you're like... I've always been good at that. FYI. The word minimum threshold has never been an issue for me. We can see that. And anyway, my absolutely perfect omelet with a bit of cheese, but I realized I didn't put enough cheese. So it's really like just an omelet with like a sprinkle of cheese, a dash of cheese, if you will, you know? Anyway, I sat my butt down. I drank a glass of milk. I was like, this is great. What a peaceful morning. I took Miyu on a walk. I took my dog on a walk for a freaking hour because she wouldn't stop playing with the other dogs. She pooped. She peed. I cleaned the house. I washed her bed. I mopped the floor. It was like a full-on morning, chat. I was a human being for a morning. And I deserve that breakfast. And then I'm like, look at the time. I better go prep because I'm gonna stream. Clappy, I know. I was an actual human. And I took my vitamins. See, like, I was so proud of myself, chat. The violence you have committed to the English language during the stream should be studied. I have not committed violence. I've committed, if anything, an improvement. Hi, cow. Good morning. Moo is what I think a cow doesn't sound like. Moo is what I think a cow sounds like. Yes? No? Yes? No? I should go see a cow, actually. Anyway, I stood up to put my dishes away and to check on my little cute puppy who's like sitting so chill on my sofa. And there I saw it. There I saw it, chat. I saw it. The biggest freaking puddle of whatever that is on my sofa. Chat, my sofa was literally so wet. And I'm literally standing there with dirty dishes in my hand. And I'm just staring at it because I'm like, did I spill water? There's no liquid source around here. And like, I'm still in full-on doubt, chat. I'm still in full-on doubt. I crouched and I sniffed it, chat. I was in there. I touched it with my hand and I'm like, interesting. And then my nose was in there, chat. My nose was in there. And I swear for the love of God, it still doesn't smell like pee. Like, cause that's why I'm on copium. You know what I mean? Cause I'm like, doesn't smell like pee. But it doesn't smell like water either. And then I realized I don't know what pee smells like. Well, dog pee anyway. And then I looked to the side and Mia was just looking at me with her tail wagging. She's like, you know? Like, it doesn't smell that bad. It's like, it doesn't smell, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't smell like pee. You know what I mean? And I'm still on copium. I'm actually still on, like, I searched around the sofa to be like, there must be something that spilled over. Surely there's something wet that I totally left on my sofa that could have possibly made this puddle of water with paw prints. With paw prints on it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, surely, chat. Surely, right? I looked at it. And then I went to the bathroom. Because I'm still in denial. What? Do you have like a block nose? It actually didn't. It wasn't like yellow. You know what I mean? It'll leave a distinct stain though. It's just darker on the edges. Hiya. I went to the bathroom and I washed my hands. I went back and the puddle was still there. I went back and the puddle is still there. You know, as puddles do, they apparently don't disappear when you wish them to go away. But anyway, they're still there. So I got the cleaning spray thing, the foaming spray thing that's oxy spray, whatever, something to get rid of pee, dog pee, stain, thingamaboop. I didn't let it marinate, I swear to God. And then I just went to town. I just flooded it with the spray. And then I thought about it. Last night, chat. Last night, there was a similar puddle. My sofa also got wet last night. In a similar way in the same spot. But last night, I gave Miu an ice cube. Cause she's teething, right? And she wants to bite on things. So I thought an ice cube would help her like chill out. You know what I mean? So she can bite on it and it's cooling and it feels nice on her teeth. And so I thought the puddle last night was because she took the ice cube onto my sofa. And it melted there. But this morning I looked at the puddle Am I still echoing? It's in the exact same spot, chat. It's in the exact same spot. I don't even know what I sound like. Live with my echoes. Where am I? Ah. Ah. I have hiccups too. Okay. I thought... Chat. I thought... I thought the ice cube melted, but this morning I had the dawning realization that I think I sat on pee all night. Did I sit on pee all night? Chad, did I sit on pee all night? Don't tell me, don't tell me. Actually, it could have totally been the ice cube. Right? Like... It could have totally been the ice cube, right? It looked like, and then I thought about it. You know what I mean? I thought about it. I thought back to last night's, you know, giant wet stain, if you will. I thought about it and like, you know what? Now that I think about it, it was probably like half a glass or a full glass of, you know, like it's a lot. That cannot be one tiny ice cube. I swear to fuck. Did I sit on pee all night? Did I sit on pee all night? Chat. Pee sitter. You sat and melted ice cube and pee. Why would you sit on the... Okay, no, to be fair, I didn't sit on the puddle. I sat there and spent like an hour with a hairdryer drying it. I sat there. I worry for you. I sat there and I dried it with a hairdryer, not realizing, you know, and it didn't even leave a stain. That's the problem. It didn't even leave. There's no stain. My chat, my sofa is like beige. Okay, my sofa is beige. Yellow would have shown up immediately. You know what I mean? And I dried it with a hairdryer. My hairdryer that I just stuck it on there. I'm having so many realizations right now. I'm having so many realizations this morning. And I don't really want to realize. Can someone just make my brain unrealize? I just want to unknow. I don't want to know anymore. I miss who I was 2 hours ago before I know all this. You know what I mean? Did you like wash your pants or clothes? I immediately changed my pants. That's all I'm gonna say. That I just changed my pants. I literally like, after the dawning realization, I just went and changed my pants. I don't want to talk about it, chat. I'm running out of pants. The only lucky thing is that I don't wear pants to bed, so my bed is safe. Probably. Aw, brother. Why did you need to change your pants if you didn't sit in the puddle? I don't know. Is there, even after it dries, doesn't it contaminate? I don't know, but I sat on pee, chat. It could still be the ice cube, honestly. You know what? So you're saying that you're marinating? It could have still been the ice cube. I mean, like, that looked like a bucket of ice cubes melted. But like, this morning I thought really hard, chat. I stood there and I'm like, for the love of God, did I give her ice cubes? I hope I gave her a lot of ice cubes this morning. Chat. Oh, man. Chat. I don't even know what to do. Again, I just sprayed it with the oxy spray. Chat. Is there a laundry for sofas? I'm just gonna be down here for the rest of the day. I'm just gonna down here. I'm gonna drown down here, chat. I'm drowning. I'm drowning and you'll never see me again. That's it, chat. I'm gone. Check if the cover comes off. But wouldn't it have soaked in? Just accept reality and wash it. Drowning in pee and shut up. What? I feel like I'm slowly. What if I'm slowly turning yellow, chat? What if? Holy shit. Can I actually turn yellow, you think? No, that's gray. Like my soul. No, that's pink. That's yellow, but that looks funky. Chat, I'm just gonna rainbow my way through the whole day, chat. I'm telling you, I'm gonna die. You're already semi-yellow with your hair. What do you mean? Oh my god, my sofa was the color of my hair. It's still the same color. That's it, chat. I'm gone. That's it. They're never gonna. I'm blue. You're so right. Oh.
Get some really hot water and some towels. Use hot water to try to clean it first, then perhaps add in a dish or laundry soap after it is really wet and rubbed well. If needed, later on use an enzyme cleaner if some things don't wanna come out. Hot water is the best to start with toe.
Thank you. How do I say your name? There are so many of Kayas? Thank you, Kayas. I have a question. If I already sprayed the enzyme cleaner, am I fucked? Am I screwed if I just sprayed it all over the place? Can I then just dump hot water on it? I'm blue, no, you're fine. It's not gonna explode. No, but like, okay, hear me out. Hear me out, chat. Actually, like, what if, chat? What if? Why am I disappearing? I'm a ghost. Oh man, chat. What if? I'm a ghost now. I don't know what to. The level of struggle that is your life should be studied by science. Chat. What if it wasn't pee? If you use an upholstery cleaner, you're supposed to let it sit for a bit before trying to soak it up. It may take multiple passes. Pee is stubborn. It's oh, I turned back to normal, but I'm still a ghost. Chat. Wait, this would be perfect if I can like just, you know. Oh my god, the voice from beyond. Wait, hold. Hello. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Oh my god, you can see me. Oh my god, I haven't talked to a person in 200 years. I'm gonna die. Can you upload 2 separate bottles and have that one in the background? And then I have like, this is my internal voice. And then the other one is just the empty head. The body without the brain. Holy crap. Hi, don't ask. I assume this is how Kanna appears in Farrah's stream. Oh my god. Chat. Did you know that I may have marinated in pee all night? Yes, we do. No, I didn't. To be fair, I didn't know.
I used to live in an apartment with 4 roommates that used to throw parties every night. Hot water, then soap, then more hot water, then enzyme cleaners, then more hot water. Lots of scrubbing. If you can get a portable steam cleaner that can help too. Hot water and steam clean most things on their own. You don't want to know the kinds of stains I had to work to get out with the kind of parties I used to live in.
Must be really wild parties. Did you have pizza? Hot water, soap, hot water. Okay, question. Do you use a wipe, rag, water, fabric thing? What is it called? A washcloth? A washcloth. Lots of pizza foods and other things. Other things? Were they better than pizza? Lots of scrubbing. Okay, what? A steam cleaner is different from a vacuum. Is there a hot water steam cleaner and a vacuum in one? Question mark? Yes? I just bought a bunch of frags. Okay. If I scrub, the washcloth will just absorb the pee. Correct? Correct question mark? Because like I don't know where do they go if you just wipe them? I assume do they get sucked in the rag? How do rags work again? My brain cells were eroded by the pee. But like maybe it's not pee. Kanna, maybe you just said in a puddle of like melted ice cube. It could just totally not be pee. It will remove the fluid but won't deal with the scent. Then you throw away the rag or wash them. It's pee. No. Like what? Because there's no stain. It's hard to understand. Am I still on reverb? Who put that there? Am I still reverbing, chat? I'm gonna drink water, not pee. That is why the enzyme. Okay, hot water for pee, enzyme cleaner for smell. Hi, yeah, this dog. Before last night, though, she never peed on my sofa. I'm so shook, chat. She's always peed on the pee tray. am I the problem? There's always a first time. We used to have a dog that would lick their paws a lot and would leave drool puddles. But with a puppy, pee is more likely. It was a big puddle, Chad. It was a puddle bigger than my butt. It was a really big puddle. That you know of. Are you telling me that I could have just been sitting on pee this whole time? Usually they pee where they're comfortable. Is that true? I think it'd be nice if you have a vacuum with a spray extractor nozzle. Bigger than your butt? Man, that's some put up, Pharaoh. Shut up. Shut the front door. Because my dog might run out. Just run. You would kick a person when they're down and covered in pee. That's what you just did, Pharaoh. That's what you just did. A puddle or a lake. Just try to clean it out the best you can, so hopefully it won't happen again. You can also give puppy treats. Oh, okay. It's funny. You all like my pain. You all seem to enjoy my pain. Oh my god, sorry. I just remembered something. Chat, I remember that Pharaoh sent me his test results the other day. Pharaoh took a test, chat, and I have received the results. Yes, he is crazy. I'm kidding. You aren't gonna show them anything they haven't already seen. That's true, but it's so funny. We've definitely seen whatever that is that one. Oh my god! Watch me show... Ray is here, right? Watch me show Ray and she will not understand, hopefully. Hey Ray, do you wanna see something? Pharaoh took a test and Pharaoh got results. I have received said results. Pharaoh results.png. I didn't know this was a thing, chat. Pharaoh took what was called the BDSM test, and many of you mayhaps have seen said test results. I have so many questions. First of all, Pharaoh, you're like a legitimate brat tamer. I swear to God. You took this test almost a year ago. No, it's February 9th. February 9th. It's February 9th, chat. That's not that long ago. What the hell is a brat tamer? A Michi tamer? I don't know. No, he updated it, chat, for updated stats, I assume. Ray, I don't know if you read this and you comprehend what this is, but I just wanted you to know. Just because. Because I wanted to say, Pharaoh, why do you inflict pain on me? Why? And then I remember the test results. I remember the test results, and I think I did this a while ago. Did you got the same results, didn't you, Sen? Rigor life 2D. That's exactly what I said. No? Not even close. Send it to me. Now I wanna know. I didn't even know the test. You know what's so funny? I couldn't even open the website chat. Farah had to send me the screenshot. They're very... What does that even mean? It means that Pharaoh is really into live 2D. He's always been into live 2D like 100%. You know what I mean? Like he likes rigging. He likes rigging other people. Yeah, but like instead of live 2D, it's live 3D. That's why Pharaoh's really into VTubers, cause it's like just... Is that why he wants? Yes, that is why he wants a model. Yep, to rig. You're right. You're so right. You're correct. Thank you for... Aw, man. I know I'm laughing at Ray, but I know I also didn't know, and Farah had to explain it to me. But you know, that was the other day me. Today me knows. Probably. I went AFK. Don't ask. Don't ask. Wait, does that mean... Wait, I sprayed the enzyme cleaner like an hour ago. Should I wipe it off now? Should I go wipe it now? Cause like I'm here, chat. I'm here. Is it gonna die if I don't wipe it? It's just gonna be there, isn't it? Segueing back to pee. I sprayed the enzyme cleaner like an hour ago. I have to go wipe it, don't I? If I don't wipe it, does the pee stay in the thing? Or does it evaporate away because the enzyme cleaner is magic? Right? 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 Oh! You can wipe it. Flush it with very hot water and wipe it hard. I have to boil water first. Is that what I'm hearing? Ha! I'm not echoing anymore. Pharaoh, can I ask you a question? Is my father awake? Hot water really does help. Okay. Wait, enzymes aren't germs. They're different things. I've been sitting in dog the 1 minute. I'm trying not to die. It's only 10. I feel like it's 4 a.m. chat. I feel like it's 4 a.m. I feel like I've been drowning in pee. Okay, wait, let me breathe. I'm gonna breathe. And you know what, chat? We're gonna restart. We're gonna restart at the foot of the hill. Right? This morning was supposed to be a very chill stream. It's in the mod chat in the server. Mod chat. Server. Wrong server. Wait. Eh? Sorry, I got sense test results. That's your results? You're sure, right? Wait. We'll put it side by side and see if people can tell which one is which. Surely. Wait, I'll even go extra and I'll crop. I knew it. I knew it. I don't know where the other one went. Where did this one go? Yeah, there you go. Pretend you didn't see it, Jet. Sorry, it's still funny. Wait, I have the same image twice, chat. I loaded the same image twice. Hold. Hold, you'll never guess which one is which, chat. Hold. I called it. Okay. Aww. Okay, ready? Why does it keep doing that? No, you know what, chat? There. And then I'll do the other one. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Wait. I do this. And then I do this. And then I rodeo cha-cha. And then I rodeo cha-cha. Hold. 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 I have one brain cell that's currently trying to stay alive and also do this. Do you know how hard that is? That is so hard, chat. You don't understand what it takes for my brain to be able to accomplish living. It's my fault for believing in myself and thinking that I could fly or something. What does the lyrics do again? I'm just so happy, chat. Here. I think I did it right. I'm covering chat so you can't see them laughing at me. She's so special. I'm trying to find if there's any difference. There's no difference. I mean... I'm staring at it. Like, at least the top 5 is exactly the same. I see. I do have questions, but I feel like Pharaoh's gonna yell at me that that's an off-stream question again. But it might not be. Question: what's the difference between owner, master, mistress, daddy, mommy? What's a brat tamer, Pharaoh and Sen? Literally, it's the if you open the dictionary and you're like trying to find the term brat tamer, it just says Pharaoh/Sen. I made it through one stream as a viewer at least. You mean today's? Oh, you're calling me. I thought you said with mod say I'm safe. I thought... Yes, father.
Remember, you're gonna ask these questions. I'm gonna answer them. It's your stream. It's your chat. I mean...
I really should start planning things, chat. I should start planning things. It just came up in my head because I thought it was funny.
I see. So I'm sorry. What was the question again? I need you to ask me them individually because each one has its own answer. All right. So what was the first question
Why are you a
again? Kanna,
tiger?
what was the first question again?
Why are you a tiger again?
Because I'm interacting with you. Usually, what happens is sit here and vibrate in the fucking corner. That's okay. So no. What's the? No. What's the? No. Don't try to backpedal now. What the fuck is the question? Answer the question. Ask the question. Ask it.
Do you bond with Sen a lot? Do you bond over?
The same. We are essentially the same person. Yes, we are. We are basically the same person.
Literally the same person. Okay, wait. I can do this. I'm on my best behavior.
So what was the question again? No, that wasn't the question you asked though. Ask the question.
I have to see the image again to see. Wait, where's the other image? What's the difference between an owner, master, mistress, daddy, mommy? Was down there somewhere.
Yeah, so owner typically is like let's see, like so when you're doing like domination play, there are like degrees of how dominating you're being to the other person. Owner is like, let's see, like what would the degree be? It's like master mistress kind of thing is more like just like session, right? Like in the moment. Owner is a little bit more like permanent. So you might be a person's master for like an instance, right? Like you're just going to do something one time. And then owner is like somebody who you have like a long-term, you're in a long-term arrangement with that person. Daddy mommy is more like age play shit. I don't really get down with that, so.
Why is it different? Why is it a different variable number thing than the age player, if that's what that is?
So
I feel like I'm learning things that I didn't realize that I didn't want to know or want to know.
There's like degrees. Sure. There's like degrees to the whole age play thing. So like, again, it's never really been my jam. I don't know how to explain it really well because I was like, I'm not gonna yuck anybody else's yum, but it's not my that is not my ball of wax. It's not how I get down. So I know more about owner versus master mistress.
I don't know what you and Sen talk about on your free time, but I have to say,
not this actually. we don't talk about this shit. Like genuinely speaking, like
I thought that's how you bond. I thought you're supposed to talk about the common interest that you have. You know what I mean?
There you go. Since got better.
That's a very
better answers. So there you go.
You keep a person as an actual pet. What?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, yeah, but that's also pet play though. That's a little bit different. Pet play is slightly different from just being an owner. You don't have to necessarily be a pet to be owned. You are just owned.
Age play is acting outside your age group. So when I pretend to be old, that's age play.
No, Kanna, I'm gonna need you to never, ever, no, ever again. No. No, just no. Put Kanna, just no. I need you to cease.
There's some over. Oh. Huh. I still don't get it, but I'm a nice. I listen. If there's nothing else I do well, I listen.
I don't know why you decided this was the way you wanted to spend an evening, but here we are, I guess.
No, it's cause like it was. I forgot why we're here. It's because you said my butt and a lake and a river. I don't remember.
I didn't say any of those things. I'm not sure why you thought this was the way to go. Like, I don't know why.
I don't remember. No, it's because I said the pea stain was bigger than my butt. And then you said... I don't remember what you said, but you inflicted pain.
Did I? And was this meant to inflict pain on me? Because I feel like you're the one suffering still. I don't think this worked out quite the way you planned it to.
I didn't plan anything. Did you not see head empty? Jeebus.
I feel like.
You know what? You know what the problem is? It's way too early, and Pharaoh is way too sane for this. You know what I mean? Usually it would be like 1 a.m. or something, and then Pharaoh's on his like last legs of brain cell. But I'm on my last legs of my brain cells because of the stupid peeing thing. Oh man. You know what?
You definitely picked a fight. It wasn't maybe the best fight, but you're looking at. I mean, you know.
You hate me. Just say you hate me. Thank you, anonymous gifter, for the gifted sub.
Kanna, haven't we been over the fact that I have no shame? I thought we'd already like covered this.
You have no shame?
None. Like at all. Like zero. My soul is devoid of anything vaguely resembling shame. No, Sin, don't hurt her. She's already hurting herself.
Wait, be right back.
You can see the regret, chat. You can see the regret like in her face right now. Zero shame. I thought you were aware of this. She's gone, chat. She is completely gone. She doesn't know what to do now. Kanna, come back. Kanna, come back. Kanna. She's gone, chat. She's completely gone. Tragic. She is currently staring into the void. The void of her own making. A void of her own making. One moment, chat. Kanna is experiencing technical difficulties, apparently. Hold the line. Hold the line.
Do you hear me?
Kanna and technology. Kanna and technology. Hiya.
I'm sorry. It disconnects sometimes and I don't know why.
Because your computer was around when Christ walked the earth? I don't know.
They didn't have computers back then. What the heck? I'm back.
Your computer's a slightly evolved abacus, Lamau.
Wait, can you actually use the abacus? Was that what they used back then?
Probably. When you turn the computer on, there's like a cloud of dust that just out the back of it, you know? It's like those movies with the old planes chat, right? Like Kanna presses the power switch and the computer goes like and like dust blows out of it, and
you're such a dork.
it kind of vibrates a little bit.
I don't think it does that yet. I cleaned it once in 6 years. But it should be fine, right? Like if I'm not in like a dusty room.
I've given up on your technology. Your technology is so cooked. Bless its heart.
I don't think it's that bad. I think if I really wanted to, I might be able to play Forza. Like if I really try, you know what I mean?
You know what? You should try. I am really curious to see what would happen if you try to play Forza on your computer. Honestly, like, no, you should totally no. You should do it. You should do it. No, you should do it. Get the Forza. No, get the Forza. I want to see.
I don't have Forza. You don't know it.
We'll get it. That's what I'm saying. Get the Forza. Get Forza.
What if it dies? My computer, not the game.
Well, you'll learn something.
I'm just gonna stream Pizza Frenzy forever. But I got wrist cramps from clicking so much.
That's unfortunate.
That's the thing. Wait, is there system requirements? There is, right? Wait, let me look.
Oh, yes, sir. Of course there's system requirements for fucking Forza. Are you kidding?
Forza 6. Requirements. I'm looking for it. Where do you see requirements again? Ah, see. Windows 10. Intel i5. 16 gigabits of RAM. And then NVIDIA 1650. So technically...
If you set the game graphics to the lowest setting possible, if you turned off all of the shiny features, you could probably
Stop twerking, Pharaoh. Stop twerking. Stop twerking. Stop twerking. And turn off your model.
Turn off your model.
Oh my god! You know what I need? I need the mini tiger. That's the PNG tuber I'm gonna be. I'm just gonna be a little tiger. And you know what? As time passes.
Is Ray still here? Ray?
I hope Ray's not. I think she died after what happened earlier.
You did that to Ray.
I didn't.
I want you to know that you are responsible for all of the mental damage that Ray just took.
I don't think she still gets it though.
Nice.
I don't think she gets it though.
God, I hope not.
No,
I hope she remains confused.
No, she's gonna go around and tell people, "Oh my God, Pharaoh's a rigger, like a live 2D rigger."
She would too. No, exactly. Gosh, she would.
No, she would. Think about it.
Okay.
Is that the minimum of our recommended?
That's the minimum.
The recommended is the NVIDIA RTX 3060 Ti. But like everything else is probably the same.
Just get the game. Just get the game and see what happens. And we can find out.
Add to wish list. That's it. That's all I can do. That's all I can do.
That's so fucking funny.
I mean, if I can somewhat play a pixelated Monster Hunter, doesn't that mean that I can also somewhat play a pixelated Forza? Question mark.
I guess you can. There's only one way to find out.
Monhan mentioned. Wait, you like Monster Hunter? I need more friends to play Monster Hunter subs. I also need a better PC so I can stream.
Amazing.
I forgot. I heard Monster. You guys like Monster Hunter? I'm probably terrible at it, but I like it anyway. I haven't. Okay, I tried streaming it, and Pero, you probably don't know because I couldn't stream it, and it was when did Wilds come out?
Yeah.
And probably half of chat played. Oh my god! I need all this time. I could have played with people.
I think I have World and Wild.
Oh, okay.
I might have both of those games. I'd have to look and see.
I actually haven't had the chance to continue playing Wilds. I played Rise, but then when Wilds came out, my PC died. But yeah, I'm literally at the start. I'm like HR 8 or something. I'm literally at the start.
That's amazing.
What? Wait, you guys play a lot? Holy crap! Rise runs way better because it was made for the because I played it on the Switch, so I could stream it. But I couldn't stream Wilds because I got that on PC.
That makes sense. I'll have to look and see. I know I have like at least one Monster Hunter game. I think I have two, but I'm not sure.
Let me see what I have.
People bought me Monster Hunter and were like, "Pharaoh, play this game," and I was like, "Okay." And then I played it. And I was like, "Okay, I played the game. Can I go? Can I go now?" And they're like, "Bro, you suck." And I'm like, "Yes."
What? Maybe you just didn't play with the right people, Pharaoh. Maybe like you didn't get it.
That's genuinely probably a contributing factor, honestly. Like you're not wrong.
Blaming the people.
You are not
blaming the
incorrect.
people.
Blame the people.
The people are always the problem. Honestly, people are problems. That's why I'm an introvert and I stay in my house and I never leave the house. And now I have my dog.
That's right.
He pees everywhere.
You sat and pee.
No. Oh, brother.
You sat.
Maybe it's not pee. Like I swear, like it's not yellow and there's no smell. And I'm pretty sure I may have like maybe I left a glass near the sofa. I couldn't find like a mug or glass, but the water was there, so it's proof.
Right. Magic glass disappeared. Yeah.
It's so icky. You don't want
the copium. The copium chat. The copium. Can you smell the copium that she is huffing right now? She's huffing.
No, they just smell pee. Pharaoh, they just smell pee.
Yes, which you don't, which is really funny.
I put my nose in there and I sniffed it. I should wash my face. And my whole body, honestly. I should take a shower.
Yes.
Oh, man. Girl, you don't need to put your nose in it because maybe I didn't smell anything because my nose is stuffy. Bender, thank you for the gifted sub. Pee puddle? Question mark.
People are in the chat. That's so funny.
Wilds used to kill your FPS because it checked your DLC. Wait, what? What if I can play it now then? Did they fix it? Hello? Oh, I need to reinstall it. Damn it. I also have Rise on PC. I just never played it on PC.
Don't reinstall it right now. You'll crash your stream.
Surely my internet is not that terrible. I use upload, not download for streaming. Yes.
I mean, go for. You know what? You're right. Go try it. Just go ahead.
If you never see me again, chat, I'm somewhere. I'm absolutely somewhere. Aigo. To be honest, the past few days I've been playing Civ a lot because the new update came out,
Which Civ are you on now?
7.
Civ 7?
I'm on Civ 7 and Sid Meier's Civilization 7? Is probably
I think 7 is the newest one.
Yeah, they just came out with a new update. With like
I know I
free...
have 5 and 6. I know I have 5 and 6. I don't think I ever got 7. Let me look.
Oh, Civ 7. Wait, I typed 8.
Chat, we're gonna do an actual honest to god collab, and it's just gonna be us playing Civ for like 8 hours.
8? You think we're gonna finish in 8 hours?
Listen, I'm just saying. That's not gonna be that.
That's like a 3-day thing.
I didn't say we were gonna finish in 8 hours. I said we were gonna play for 8 hours. And I figure by the end of 8 hours, we're both gonna be dying inside and needing to stop. That's okay. Listen. Okay, I have 6.
No, like one more turn. No, that's the whole point. You just never stop.
One more turn.
You just never stop, chat. Chat, do you know Civ, chat? Do you know Civ? It's amazing. I don't know why I like it so much.
Civ 7.
Wait. How do I show? With image. How do I image? Copy thing.
I'm gonna. This is gonna be one of those deals where I'm gonna wait till it goes on like super. Well, we've got the summer sale coming up, so I'm gonna wait and see if this thing doesn't go on sale for the summer sale. Because I am not dropping $72 dollars on this thing right now. I'll add it to my wish list though.
A friend gifted it to me for my birthday.
Yes, I bet they did.
Because if not, I will also wait for the sale.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, it's 40% off right now, but I'm sure summer sale it'll go like, yeah, it'll drop dramatically more when summer sale happens.
No, not that one. Sorry, wrong image. Forget about that. This one. Don't worry about it. Absolutely don't worry about it. Here. Where's the number?
Wait, what was the other image? Wait,
nothing.
What was the other image?
It was the thing. It was the thing.
Oh, it was the thing.
No.
Oh, okay.
It was the thing. It was this thing.
You should delete that before you hurt somebody with it.
I mean Ray and myself. Mostly Ray.
Poor Ray. Poor Ray. Bless her heart. Hold on. Where's Ray? Come here.
I've been playing Civ since last weekend. Cause like since the update, where their update was, I've been playing it. I know Civ 6 was like under $10. It was really? Damn.
Yeah. Civ 6 is, you can usually get Civ 6.
I bought it full price. I bought it full price. Basically, they were like mixed reviews on like Civ 7, right? So they put out an update and they did like a big overhaul of like some of the game mechanics and also how they calculate the victory points and stuff. And I've been playing it against stupid computers who just keep waging war at me for absolutely no reason. Actually, for just existing. I'm gonna win though. I swear to God, I'm gonna win. If you saw my wonderful civilization,
I would do the same thing though. I'm not gonna lie. I would do the same thing. I would just continuously wage war with Kanna just for the funsies of it.
I thought you'd be on my side, good sir. I thought you would be on my side.
Oh, well, I guess we could do that.
We could have an alliance.
An alliance.
An alliance. No peace in Civ.
No peace in Civ.
I like peace. I'm a peaceful person. I just sometimes mayhaps piss you off.
I am war. I am war. I am violence.
Maybe we play a peaceful game. How about Overcooked?
That is not a peaceful game. That is a stressful game. What do you mean?
It's peaceful if we coordinate.
That game is maximum cortisol. What do you mean?
No, like if we coordinate. If we coordinate properly and we have teamwork, it might be peaceful. Believe.
So, I'm
If
pretty
we
sure
just
Tarkov.
sync
Wait,
our minds.
I'm pretty sure Tarkov is more peaceful than Overcooked at this point. Honestly,
She's peaceful.
Like-
She even sits in peace and shut the front door. Golf It is
In the
very
pee.
peaceful. Golf It. Do I have Golf It?
BMO is lying to you right now, directly in
BMO
your
is
face.
lying.
BMO is telling you the grandest fib that has ever been fibbed.
Oh, I have Golf It. I've never
She's-
played it ever.
She's full of peas.
Overcooked really got this kitchen simulation on point. To be fair, I once played with back when I was working in the office, and one night we were they asked me to play Overcooked, and I played with my manager. That was the first mistake. Second of all, he yelled at me so hard. It was like, who the fuck is that rat, and why aren't they cooking rice? And I'm like, ah?
That is amazing.
And
Okay,
no, the
hold
problem
on.
is he was like such a nice. He's like the manager who never raised his
There
voice.
you
You know what
go.
I mean? He's like the
Look at-
quiet, smiley, friendly type. Yes. What did you do?
Ray made a thing for you. Look in the DMs.
Save image.
No, I'm gonna give it to somebody and have a pea puddle added under it. 1 second.
Hey! You would not do that. You would not do that to me. Right? Tiger.png. Okay, chat. Okay, all this funny business, I tell you. Here, probably. I don't know. At this point, what creature do you think I am? At this point. Oh my god, we really
You're-
do look like father and daughter. Look at that! Oh my god! Oh my...
This is the resemblance is uncanny. I swear I've never been to Indonesia. She just looks so happy, chat. She just looks so happy. She is absolutely a creature. 1000% a creature.
What if I just become a ghost? Then would I still be a creature? What's the definition of a creature?
In this instance, it's more about behavior than anything else. That is what makes you a creature.
I think
A
I
grim-
am
a
on my
gremlin.
best behavior.
A gremlin, even.
The face kind of pulls 0.2 seconds before she rage baits. I've honestly never tried to rage bait anyone. I still don't get it.
The lies. The absolute untruths. This is why you get mod Tude.
Does that mean with Monte 2, for whoever who says it, the voice is accordingly? You know what I mean, right? That's not English, but like you get it.
If their voice has been recorded, yeah. I gotta get, at some point here, I'm gonna get Valar to enable NFS and Dark, because they both have their voices set up. This is something that Valar originally made for Michi's streams. We did it without telling her, and then we all surprised her with Lamau, the voices. And as a result, some of the other mods, like I say, NFS and Dark, both have their voices already recorded. I've got to re-record mine. Mine sounds like I'm on cocaine or something. I don't know.
It's bound to the username. Huh.
Yeah,
Huh.
it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Wait, well, why do you speak in Modse in Indonesian? Mine
Because
sounds
I'm
like-
using an English to Indonesian translator, and then I copy paste the text.
Why? Why would you kill me like that?
Maximum psychic damage.
Why would you do that?
Because I think it's funny.
Mine sounds like I'm in a hurry. Everyone sounds like they gotta pee. They're holding it in, so they're saying it real fast before they eat to the bathroom.
Mm-hmm. I've been translating things into Indo specifically to cause you maximum psychic damage. What do you mean?
Salamat something amara something. I don't remember what you said. I recorded mine in Javanese.
I mean, I can play it for you again if you want.
Go. Wait. Why? Do you think I accidentally torture myself a lot? Am I
could try to say it. It would sound terrible if I tried to read it though, because I'm gonna mispronounce things.
We're here for it. See, everyone said yes.
let me do it in my best southern accent. Sayang masi turlalu pagi untuk segala. Looks like penicillin, but I think it's Pesingen amara ini jadalah gadis yang baik saya ya.
That caused nobody else but the people who understood so much pain. I didn't think I would say it. Bring back Motse 2. No, that Motse 2 is actually for me. Actually. Whoa. I underestimated the amount of damage that does. Holy crap. Motse 2 is a blessing. You're right. Oh, if you understood.
Oh, I do understand. Trust me.
No,
you're not the first person that I've ever employed this particular psychological warfare tactic against.
Psychological warfare.
That's it.
Psychological warfare.
She starts giving me a hard time. I'm like, do I need to break out the Google Indo? And she's like, I'm sorry. And I'm like, that's what I thought.
Hannah, I want to ask, if he talks like that in Indonesian, can he pick up some yeah, totally. Just walk up to the hottest girl you can see. Just whip it out. the thing he said, I mean, not that, that it, not the other it. You know what I mean? The other it might just get you jailed. But like,
prison, yeah.
Michi had us say Motse 2 stuff in Indo and regretted it. Honestly, it might just be better in Motse 2. It might be better. They might scream in terror, but yes, you can surely. You're right. You can actually one day when you visit Indonesia, can you try? I'll watch you the whole time.
Just walk up to some random Indonesian girl and pick her up and be like, "This is mine now," and walk away.
No, you have to say the line. You have to say the line first, then pick her up. Just heat her over your shoulder and go. I assume
Peggy,
that's
baby girl, and then just pick her up on my shoulder and walk away.
Oh God. If you actually say Pagi baby girl, I'm gonna die. Like genuinely, that girl is running to the police. I swear to God,
I love whenever I do something, you can just see it register in Kanna's. The model just absolutely tracks exactly how much anguish she's experiencing. The model.
And I can't even make an anguished face. This is literally my default face.
Everything about the model says that you were in a massive amount of pain. I should really try to learn Indonesian again. I would be absolutely diabolical if I properly learned Indonesian.
Honestly, Pagi baby girl is all you need. that only might be 30% Indonesian, but that might be all you need. Need to order food, be like, Baggy baby girl, and you'll get your food immediately. They'll serve you in jail.
I want to learn. I want to learn Indonesian so that I can speak it in like the worst Southern drawl at all times. Just
cause like now you're not already.
it could probably get worse.
The tracking is the mouth and eye shape perfectly enough.
Mm-hmm.
Did my eyes show the disgust? I mean, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. That might be the amnesia talking, and I also might have already forgotten about it because my brain is refusing to remember it.
I could read it again. I mean, I could read it again if you. I could read something else. Hold on.
How many do you have?
Well, I mean, I've got the English to Indonesian translator open, so I could just type whatever.
You were gonna say dictionary. I forgot people don't use those anymore. Right. Yeah, use the translator. Imagine. My God, Chad, do you remember when we used to actually get a book and like go alphabetically and try to find the word meaning in a dictionary? That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. When Jesus walked the earth.
Imagine having to open a book.
Nah. Imagine phone books. And maps. Oh my God, I'm old. Oh my God, I'm old. Oh my God, they don't. Oh, chat. I'm older. Chat. If I ask youngins nowadays what a phone book is, do you think they would know? Do you think they would? Oh, it's okay. I'm forever 17 in my mind, so that's fine. And Pharaoh is older than me. Youngins ain't gonna understand our struggles.
Look, all I'm gonna say is y'all don't know what the Dewey Decimal System is, and it shows.
Did you say the Dewey Decimal System? What is that? What is that? Enlighten me.
So the Dewey Decimal System. So the Dewey Decimal System. The Dewey Decimal System was how you used to find books in a library. It was a series of paper cards loaded into these little like cabinets, shelves. You have to pull them out and you'd have to know how the system worked. You see, because it wasn't like alphabetical. It was just the Dewey Decimal System. Also, I'm pondering violence right now. NFS is encouraging me to cause massive amounts of pain, but I can't get loud because it's late here.
Who's Dewey? That is the big question. The person who made it.
What was the guy's name? Hold on.
It's not Dewey. What the heck is NFS encouraging you to do?
It was created by a guy named Melville Dewey. That is a fucking name. Melville Dewey in 1876. Yep.
1876? Wow,
which
Phil,
means
you've lived a long life.
He's only like 100 years, younger than I am. No, NFS wants me to read this copy pasta.
How bad could it be, really?
It's the wingy copy pasta.
That's bad. Sorry.
That's bad.
I joked on something.
See, I wouldn't be loud. I'd just read it the same way I just read the other thing.
For science, could you mayhaps?
You're starting to show some like masochistic tendencies. Are you okay? Because I feel like you're starting to enjoy the pain. I don't know. That's good. I don't know if I want to encourage that.
I don't think enjoying is the word. It's more like curiosity in the name of science. That's how
curiosity
my brain
in
operates.
The name of science. Is that what it is?
Yes. I'm even wearing my glasses like this.
See, I don't. See, this is the one about Ollie. I don't know. I don't want to get clipped saying this shit about Ollie.
If it does get clipped, chat, we all agree to say that it's Mod Say 2.
I should just load it into Mod Say 2. Hold on. I want to see how that works out. I just want to see how it works in Mod Say 2 first. Hold on.
So you can learn.
And I want to see how it comes across.
Not gonna lie, if you ask a kid not to do a phone sign, holy crap.
Ole, 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 wangi, 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 hoo-ha, hoo-ha, wangi, aku mau nyiumin aroma wanginya Oli, rambutnya. I think that broke it. I think it broke it.
Why are you Scottish? What the? Can you type it again where you left off?
I don't even know where it died. I don't know where it died.
Did you? I lost track after ole 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 wangi wangi.
Is that where your brain shut off?
Hey NFS, you should copy paste it. Wait, is he registered? Is he a registered? Even Mod Say 2 has standards.
Hold on, what did he? Oh, he did. He copy pasted where it cut off. Okay, hold on. Let's see.
The dedication. I appreciate that.
There you go. There's the rest of it. Oli debut pertama kali juga manis. Dia nge-sim itu juga manis banget. Oli lucu. Gua bakal rela dicok buat Oli. Apa? Oli around here.
Oh, the reverb. Oh, the reverb. Oh, shit. Is it comprehensible? It is, and that's the problem. It's totally 100% comprehensible.
That is absolutely fucking hilarious.
Oh, I feel things in my chest. Am I getting a heart attack?
I bet you do.
Indigestion?
Indigestion? Could be.
I think I'm getting indigestion. I'm getting something. I have feelings. I have feelings, and if this is how feelings feel like, and I'm not sure I want to feel anymore. The reverb does give it a divine quality. I don't know how to feel about that. What does mean in English? Check the dictionary.
It's probably the same thing.
Can you load that into Mod Say 2? That's the better scream. Holy God. Indigestion. I generally think I'm getting indigestion.
That's hilarious. It's so fucking funny.
Wait, who else is in Mod Say 2?
Nobody else yet. I need to get, whenever Valar shows up, we'll get him to add. We'll load up NFS and Dark. We'll definitely get NFS and Dark loaded up. Whenever Valar shows up, that's so fucking funny.
Oh god, you know what's terrible? Paki Baby Girl is really stuck in my head and I can't stop thinking about it. I can say things in Japanese and no one understand. Honestly, even I won't understand. I have a very limited Japanese vocabulary. And most of you will probably know what those are.
Amazing.
I know like 2 words. Which I didn't
That's
realize
2 more
were
than
the
me.
words. I could teach you, but I can only teach you 2 words. And if you say that randomly, maybe you'll get smacked or something. So probably...
Nice. Makes sense. Yeah, okay.
You can use it interchangeably with my baby girl.
I see. Yeah, why do I
Yes.
think that's a damn dirty lie?
Like, so honestly, you like the essentials, exactly. So instead of saying pagi baby girl, you just say pagi janjo. Diba? Pagi cho, gitu, see? It's so much easier than saying baby girl. Just say...
Yeah, the baby
just
girl
say-
carries so much more psychological impact. And you
Does
walk up
it?
on her and you hit her with the Paggy baby girl. And she just fucking immediately perishes.
Can you say pagi chok but in that exact tone?
Paggy chalk? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Paggy chalk. Brother, Michi has not taught me anything bad in Indo or anything like that. I don't think you understand how much she tried. I see. I think I know what that means now. Aha.
It means chocolate.
Aha. Yes, I'm sure it does.
Do
I'm
you
sure
not
it
trust
does.
me? Do you not trust
No,
me?
not even a little bit. Not even
Do you
sort of
not
when it comes
trust
to
me?
stuff like this.
What do you mean?
Nope.
You're
Not
saying
when it
I'm
comes to
less
stuff like this.
trustworthy? You're saying I'm less trustworthy?
I would imagine that
I
you've
would
got your
never
finger
steer
hovering
you
over
wrong.
the record button. That's what I think is happening right now.
There's a record button.
Pharaoh, say this thing. I'm totally not going to record it.
I would never do that.
Mm.
Look at the tiger face.
Uh-huh. That is not the face of mercy, chat.
It is the face of mercy.
That is the face of chaos.
You really look at me and you think, wow, this must be what chaos looks like.
Yes. Because I am learned in the way of things. The cuter the face, the more chaos contained.
I think that you have PTSD.
It's entirely possible.
And thus it's giving you trust issues where it is unwarranted. Both of you to assume Kanna knows where's the record button. Yeah, exactly. Where the hell is the record button?
Yeah.
Why is no one telling me? Is it on Discord? Is it on the stream? Is it the thing that says start recording?
Gee, I wonder.
Oh, you mean that recording. Can you say it again?
Negative.
So stingy
I'm
la.
I am not going to give you my power, la. That's not how this works.
Maybe we can try to rearrange this arrangement.
I'm not going to. Listen, I understand that my voice is a thing that turns brain matter into sludge. I'm not going to just give you that power, okay?
I had a random thought.
Oh God, what is the random thought?
Nothing. When Pharaoh comes to Indonesia, remember when I said I'll put you in the jar?
Uh-huh.
Chad, Pharaoh is coming to Indonesia. I'm just gonna put him in a jar. I don't ask why. Anyway, what if I just put the jar next to me on the sofa and then we can watch TV together?
I don't know why I have
The
to be in a
three of
jar for
us.
that, but you know.
It'll be you, me, and Miyu, and hopefully by then Miyu won't pee on the sofa anymore.
I don't think she understands about the jar, chat. I don't think she understands about the jar. Mm.
What's wrong with the jar? You need a big
Don't worry
jar.
about it. Very big jar. Significantly larger jar than would probably barrel would be better. Yeah, 50-gallon drum. I might sort of fit into one of those, kind of.
Have you ever
At
tried?
least my legs would fit in one.
Do you think I would fit in one?
I know for a fact you would fit in one.
I might not fit in one.
Stuff your little half ass in a fucking 50-gallon
I'm
drum.
like I'm taller. I don't know what gallons are. I only know my gallons. My water gallons. I don't understand how gallons are used as like a system of measurement.
Is it gallons?
You would fit
See,
in
what
a
do you use
paint
there?
tub. Liters.
Is it do liters? Okay, hold on. So 55 gallons is 208 liters.
What the hell? That's huge.
Yes.
That's what the heck? Wait, 200 liters is like.
Hold on.
Isn't that just a water tank at that point? Honestly, you would fit in half of what?
It's one of these.
It's one of what?
Copy image. Like I'm sure you've seen these somewhere before because they're all over the place. But this is like what a 55-gallon drum looks like. Basically, they come in different colors, but you get the idea.
That fits 200 liters?
Yes.
Huh. Wait, I can totally put that in. And then I don't have to crop it. In this way, what did I save it as? Well, shit. Shopping.png. Why? Okay. Save. Put it like this big. Probably. I didn't realize it had white background.
Yep.
What if I balance it on the little tiger's head? And so it looks like I'm balancing the tiger and the tiger is balancing the thing. Thus, I'm bigger than the gallon because clearly, look at me.
Amazing. Amazing.
I wish you would please stop hitting the tiger. Why is it only hitting the tiger and not the drum?
The poor tiger.
Animal abuse. I call
The
animal
poor tiger.
abuse.
Why are you guys abusing the tiger? Oh, hey, Christopher. How's it going, buddy?
I forgot we had that. We had that. Chris, thank you for the gifted sub. Well, since when did we have? We had that.
We've had that for a while.
I bet you don't even remember what that is. Which
Nope.
one that is?
Sure don't. Sure don't. All of that was done. All of that feels like a fever dream. I'm gonna be honest.
You probably did that at like 4 a.m. or something.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was about like that. Yeah.
I'm here to remind you of the notifications. Thank you. Question mark. I'm greedy and want a honey. We had a honey one.
There's a honey one. Yeah.
There's a honey. While we're at it, can we get a? No, you can never get it again. It is never gonna be. It's never appearing ever again.
I'm pretty sure that the high honey is 50.
Wait.
20? I don't remember.
I
God,
don't.
Well,
See?
you could look it up, Kanna.
Amnesia.
Pull up your Mix It Up, and it'll tell you what it is.
You're so smart. I was just like, wow, we're never gonna know. Literally, my brain went like, we're never gonna know. You know, it's lost to the past and all that jazz.
It's literally in your Mix It Up, girl. Go
I'm
look.
so-
What the fuck?
Hi. I forgot that's a possibility. Because I'm smart.
Daughter, please.
Yes, father. Wait, not that one. Not that one. Wait. I have to look through. There's so many. I don't even remember these. What the heck? 5 was what that was. Oh, it's 410. It's 410. I did it.
There's 10.
Yeah, there's 5, 10, 50, 100, 200. What the heck is 200?
I don't think we did. I think
200.
200
was 200?
was the do you want dinner, bath, or me thing.
Maybe we just never talk about the big ones anymore. Yes, it was.
Yeah. Yeah, we never set one up for 20. We were pondering what to do, and then everybody ran out of brain cells, and we just kind of called it a day.
Was it like it was probably 4 a.m.?
Probably, honestly. There are people that have there are people who have come in here and dropped 200 before. I just want to, if it happens again, I want to make sure they get a proper, like, a proper reward.
I don't remember what the 200 was, but I think whatever it was, it would be absolutely mind shattering. So probably don't. We could do something else. You know what I mean?
Oh, was it voicemail? It might have been voicemail. I know voicemail was in there. So I think it was either voicemail or it was bath, dinner, or me. I can't remember which.
What was the voicemail? What the heck is that? Oh, voicemail! Wow, see,
voicemail. Yeah.
I thought voicemail. I have no recollection of this.
Voicemail. Oh my god.
Oh, I hate that one. Can we just make it something else?
No.
Because my happiness matters, right, chat?
No,
right,
we're leaving it exactly the way it is. We're leaving it exactly the way it is.
Well, I think that I don't remember what it is, but voicemail. No, that's worse. That's significant. Can we do something else? We can probably
No.
We can probably
No.
We can probably.
No.
I call this is child abuse.
Yes.
I call child abuse. I don't like it here. It's a terrible place. When you're asking chats, you refer to Kanna's people or Pharaoh's people? My chat are clearly my people? Question mark?
The chat is definitely Kanna's people. The problem is all the mods are my people, and my mods are the ones that can make things happen.
All your other options are much worse. Are you telling me that voicemail is not the worst?
Oh, it could get way worse than voicemail. I was trying to keep things within a certain, a certain level of civility. There are way worse things than voicemail out there.
I was gonna ask what, but I realized that maybe shooting myself on the foot.
You. That's it, exactly right. I wouldn't tell you anyway. Don't worry about it. Just trust me that there are way worse. Way worse. Yeah, voicemail is intensely civil. It's there are way worse things than voicemail out there.
He showed you an example. I totally forgot. Chat,
yes, he did.
When I say that I forget things, I really genuinely just eat them off my brain.
Brain made out of jello. It's not doing anything.
It's doing things. I'm carrying a tiger who's carrying a drum barrel gallon thing. I'm doing hard work.
Yes, you are.
I'm doing hard work. I think my brain works hard in other things. When I find out what those other things are, I'll let you know.
Appreciate it. I would be curious to know what those other things are.
I just hope you don't forget the important ones like vitamins and eating. I ate breakfast. The what you call it? Untoasted toast. I forgot the name.
Oh,
The
God,
untoasted toast.
toast again. You mean the bread? The fucking
But like,
the fucking bread.
No,
girl.
chat. Like, but like,
Just
think
called
about
bread.
it.
It's just called bread.
No,
It's just called bread.
no.
It's
There's
just
so
called
many
bread.
kinds of bread.
Brioche bread. There you
Posture
go.
check,
You
you're
call
right.
it brioche bread. Oh my God.
But if I call it
Oh my
brioche
God.
bread, it could have been anything. You know what I mean? It could have been any type of brioche bread. But if I say untoasted toast, you immediately have an image in your mind, probably.
No. The only image I have in my mind is what is wrong with her? What are these words that she is saying?
I think those are English words.
They are English words, but you are using them entirely incorrectly, and I'm going to need you to stop.
Because like in Indonesian, we would
Cease.
call it like
Cease.
there's a name for it, and it's not
You
sliced
stop
bread.
abusing my native language right now, young lady.
No, it's like
Swear
in
to
Indonesian,
fucking
we have
God.
a
No,
name for
no.
it, and it's not just bread, you know? Because bread
that's
is
great.
like a wide variety of things.
Right. We would call it brioche, and then we just know that brioche is bread. We wouldn't even have to put the word bread in the fucking statement because we just know what brioche is.
What if it's like a person named Brioche? How would you know?
I feel terrible for that person that their parents named them that. That's what I do. That is an actual fucking tragedy right there. God
Surely.
bless. Imagine naming your child brioche.
What if they think it's a fancy sounding name?
Then words, feelings.
So when I say bread, you immediately have like untoasted toast in your mind?
Yes, just like you. It's just
But
bread.
what if like sourdough bread? But what if like dinner rolls?
So you would just say sourdough, or you would say dinner roll, or whatever. You don't even use the word bread in that instance. You just say, "Man, I could sure go for a dinner roll right about now," and everybody knows exactly what you're talking about.
So if
Oh,
I say
man,
I
I could-
want,
I
but
could
like
totally
if I say
go
I
for a
want
baguette.
bread, but if
Yes.
I say I want bread, how would you know that I want untoasted toast?
There's no such thing as untoasted toast. I swear to God, I'm gonna
But you know what I
cause
mean.
grievous
But you know what I
bodily.
mean.
If we were sitting around and you looked at me and said, you know, Pharaoh, I could really go for some bread right now, I'd be like, you know what, bet bread does sound pretty good, but what kind of bread do you want to get, right? And then you would say brioche, sourdough, rye, but whatever, right?
But then I'll have to like explain when, and like if I just say I want untoasted toast, then you immediately understand.
No, I do not understand at all. If you looked at me dead ass in my face and said, Pharaoh, I want untoasted toast, I would reach for the sandal. I'm just saying, you would get beaten. I would reach immediately. I would immediately reach for the fucking sandal and be like, I know this fucking dog did not.
Yeah, okay. So like
Gold
not
block
like
and
unfried
Jing, and then you
nasi
just
goreng.
get smacked with the fucking with the sandal.
Hi, but like, how would you know I want the square looking bread? Cause there's no name for it. Like you said, I want brioche, I want rye, I want dinner roll, but that one doesn't have a name. It's just
White
bread.
White bread.
But most
that is
breads
what we
are
call it
white
usually.
inside.
Yes, generic square bread is just called white bread here. Or you could call it Wonder and people would understand what you were talking about.
Call it
Wonder is
what
a brand. Wonder
Oh.
Bread is a brand, and they make the generic like white square bread. And like, yeah, a loaf of white bread, like if you just said that I want a loaf of some white bread toast, I would immediately know what you were asking for. Well, okay. I would know immediately what the average person was asking for. With your untoasted toast ass, I would have to ask some more qualifying questions to make sure that you weren't like stroking out or something, because it's you. Like that's not a language issue. That's a you issue. Okay.
It might not translate. Roti puti, like literally white bread. Like who the hell would know what the heck roti puti is? Like white bread. That's literally the color white and bread. Most breads are white on the inside.
Mm-hmm. Again, here we would know the difference.
We just call it roti tawar, which means bland bread.
Yeah. Yep, that's a good. That's a good description
bland
for it.
bread. Exactly. I was trying to think of like how to say. You understand? Wait, like I was like roti tawar tapi brioche, right? Like roti tawar brioche gitu. I'm like, what the heck is like brioche white bread? Does it sound appetizing?
It's just, I'm just telling you that's what we call it here, homie. I'm just saying. We'll just call it regular white bread.
Roti tawar, brioche. Yeah, but like okay, but like it was rectangular like roti tawar. You know what I mean? It like it's like a brioche kupang type shit. You know? Why are the Indonesians at me though? Like, hello, you should understand me more than these people. Hello? Look at the shaking tiger. You're supposed to be on my side. My untoasted toast.
This is not even the Indonesians are on your side on this one, girl. You literally caused all this fucking brain damage with that untoasted toast bullshit.
But it was perfectly toasted. I toasted it perfectly. It was golden brown on one side. No, it was on your side.
Wait. Chat. Hold on. I'm gonna fuck everybody's day up right now. In the United States, we have a kind of bread that is called Texas toast. Whether it is toasted or not, it is Texas toast.
Then why is it called toast if it's untoasted?
Yes.
Why? What is
because English.
What the heck is a Texas toast? It's delicious.
It's very thick. It's a very thick cut bread. It's a very thick cut bread. Yep.
It's a very thick cut bread. So it's untoasted toast, but it's a thick one.
Yes.
Why does it need a separate name? Can't it just be thick cut untoasted toast?
Nope. It is a regional. It's because it's a regional thing. It came out of Texas. Ergo, we call it Texas toast.
I'm looking for the image. It just looks like toast.
Mm-hmm. But it's thick cut. And it's actually a little bit different consistency than regular bread.
Everything is bigger in Texas. Is that true? Then why not Texas bread or something?
I don't know. That's just what they call it, man.
Is it because it's hot in Texas?
It's because it's primarily used as a basis for like making garlic bread. So usually if you like, yeah.
Now I want some.
Yes, it is intended to only be like consume toast with only specific set of toppings. Yeah, that's
oh my
exactly.
God.
It's usually meant garlic bread or French toast is usually how it's used. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
It does show up a lot in like barbecue places and fried chicken places and stuff too.
I want one.
It is very good.
I should make it with my untoasted toast. Garlic bread, I mean.
Oh my God. Call it untoasted toast one more time. I swear to God, I'm going to reach the computer with the chancla.
What was I supposed to call it? Because it's like brioche, but it's like toast, but it's not yet toasted.
It's just brioche. Call it brioche. Oh my God. It's bread. It's bread.
I I didn't realize how much feelings you have for bread. But like, bread is so generic. I wouldn't know what
language you're abusing right now, girl. I swear to God. Stop abusing my fucking language.
Well, okay. I do not deserve to be sprayed.
Yes, you do. Oh, you do. You really do. I am bringing a spray bottle with me to Indonesia. I swear, just for you. Every time your crazy little ass says some silly fucking shit about untoasted toast, you are getting sprayed in the face. You're getting absolutely hosed down.
Is it? Someone said earlier, it's like saying unfried fried rice. It's just rice.
It's just rice. That's so accurate. Unfried fried rice. It would absolutely get you hit with a shoe.
But to be fair, that's totally different. That's a totally, like, I understand why you would think it's the same. It's a totally different explanation. Like, it's not even the same.
Not even remotely. Not even remotely different. It's exactly the same.
Cause it's toast bread, but it's like bread for toast, but it's untoasted.
Un-T-T. Yeah, see, un-T-T, water.
When he says spray bottle, he meant super soaker. What else are you gonna soak? My place is already soaked by Mew. I swear to God.
You're right, Beam. I'm gonna get one of those backpack mounted fucking sprayer nozzle arrangements. I'm just gonna carry a backpack full of water with a high pressure sprayer on it.
What? Okay, to be fair, just now I typed untoasted spacebar and Google autocomplete says untoasted toast. I don't know what to tell you. I swear.
Yes, because it's a heinous thing that people do to each other.
What do you mean?
It's like the game.
My tummy rumbled. Here. Untoasted toast. See, untoasted toast is simply regular bread.
Yes, there it is, right the fuck there. Thank you, Google.
Hi, honey.
I heard that. Did you hear that? And then thank you so much for the gifted sub, honey.
Amazing.
I want to die now. I really. I don't know. I did that actually. I will never do that ever again. I'm just gonna stick with my untoasted toast. First time I've ever been called that my entire life. Remove it from your memory so it will be the 0th time that you've ever heard that. Why did you do? I don't know. Honestly, I do a lot of things that I don't know why I do them. Thoughts? I'm gonna go back to heavy drink. Can we forget it? Can we agree to forget what that I might have done something that I didn't do?
No.
Thoughts?
No.
I think. I don't know why I did that. Why do I do things, Chad? Why do I do things to myself? Do you think I have a problem? I think I have a problem. I think I have a problem.
I have an answer, but I'm not going to hit you with it. I think I've done you enough psychic damage for one night.
I searched untoasted toast and the correct thing popped up. Look. Untoasted sliced toast bread. No, I swear to God, it says untoasted sliced toast.
No, it doesn't. No,
yes,
it doesn't.
does.
It literally says untoasted sliced bread.
No, I swear to God, I have proof. This is Google. I screenshotted it. I have proof. I am. Tada! Look. Tada! It's literally untoasted sliced toast. You're dumb. Wait! Since when was that there? I'm not dumb. Oh, it's gone. I'm smart again. It says untoasted sliced toast. Exactly. It's the same thing. It just has the word slice in it. It says that because nobody in their right mind would look up the word untoasted. It's an actual word that's... I'm not dumb. Pharaoh, can you tell the people I'm not dumb? Benders? Lies. I think I killed Pharaoh. Pharaoh, you
Pharaoh's
want
answering at the
food?
DM.
Oh, I thought
You
really...
should get food. You should get food.
Untoasted toast.
Pharaoh is actually thinking that an early night tonight may be in order. Because Pharaoh has not been sleeping very well.
Do I keep you up at night?
No, it's not your fault.
Chat! Did you hear that?
Well,
someone saved that recording.
Sometimes it's your fault.
For future references.
Not
oh
always.
my, look. I swear to God, this whole page is just filled with untoasted toast. Untoasted toast stock photo. Untoasted toast images.
That's called Google. That's called Google is trying to meet you at your intellectual level.
Which is very high.
Which is so low. I would need to like squat down to pick it up.
To be fair, you need to squat down for a lot of things, Pharaoh.
That's fair. It's true. Like patting your head.
You don't need to squat for that. One day I'm gonna grow. I'm gonna grow and prove you all wrong. Oh, look!
Okay.
Google says I can untoast a toast and make it untoasted after it's been toasted. If you accidentally make a toast and need to reverse the mistake, here is an extra experimental project that proves that it is theoretically possible to untoast.
I'm going to bed on that one. I can't. She's actively trying to cause me brain damage now.
It actually isn't. Like, it's Google. What the? I can't send her.
She is intentionally trying to cause me pain now.
But it's there. but I'm just look.
No.
Look, but you can't see it. Look.
No.
You can literally untoast. Oh my God, no. Pharaoh, untoast. Don't spray me. Untoasting is a thing. It's theoretically possible. So really, untoasted toast is a thing.
I can't do it, chat. It's hurting my brain.
Real. It's real. Okay.
Oh.
You should go to sleep.
I'm going to sleep now, chat. I wish you all.
You should have toast tomorrow morning.
I usually do. I usually have toast with cottage cheese.
Think of me when you eat your toasted, untoasted
toast. You're trying to ruin toast for me, and that's really unfortunate.
I'm not ruining toast for you.
Think about me for the rest of the night. Every time the pagi baby comes through your mind.
Oh, right. Alright.
In my limited Indonesian, say mau nasi goreng, tidak nasi.
Unfried fried rice. Unfried fried rice. It's just rice.
Unfried, right? Yep. Mm-hmm.
Good night, Pharaoh.
Good night.
I hope you have lovely sleep and lovely breakfast tomorrow morning. Chat, say bye-bye to Pharaoh. I feel like I lost brain cells today.
I know I
And then we never heard back from him ever again. Ugh. Now that he's gone, untoasted toast, untoasted toast. I just want you to know that I toasted that thing to perfection. You cannot ban the broadcaster. Now I'm hungry. I even had 2 slices of toast. I used that correctly, right? I thought you were. I probably have food outside. I probably should get it. But I'm looking at the Texas toast and it looks good and now I kind of want it. Maybe I just want garlic bread. Wait, so Texas toast doesn't always refer to garlic bread, but it's usually used for garlic bread? Hiya. I'm a mama, mama. Mama, yummy. I want garlic bread. I wish garlic bread would just fly into my mouth on command. If there was a superpower, that would be mine. Yummy. Yummy. And yummy. Thick sliced bread. Like the bread used for French toast? Question mark? Oi. Hiya. I have a nose. My nose is so stuffy. Okay, chat. Okay. Ugh. I don't know what to have for lunch. Should I just make Indomie? I'm too lazy. I have to clean the pee off the sofa. I go. Yummy. Okay, wait. Where's that thing? Oh. Indomie with egg is nice. True. Okay. Wait. I wanna play proper music. But my chat, ever since the karaoke, well, not karaoke, the sing-along the other day, my YouTube music recommendation is shot. It's a mixture of all the things, and and I can't find what I usually listen to. Let's see. The only thing here is I'm blue. Let's see. Meep. Oh man, it's all gone. My music is all gone. It's all just I'm blue and night court. Oh no. Well, I'm screwed. It is all just like, it's not even, it's like the hits, the 70s, the 80s sing along. I'm literally reading out to you what's here. 70s mellow gold, 80s R&B soul, 80s sing along, 80s one hit wonders, 80s love ballads. Chat! Oh, brother. Oh. My music is gone. My music is gone. It's Jover. It's so Jover. It's so Jover. Oh man, what the heck am I gonna play? Motown in the 70s. '80s R&B soul. Okay, we'll do that. What if I know nothing from in here? What if? I know this one. This one I can live with. I have to be honest, I see the list of YouTube's autoplay, and this was the only one I know, I think. Sometimes it's nice to listen to new songs. True. True. Hmm. Hmm. I'm tired of wearing glasses. Wait. Yeah. I'm trying to find. Oh. Chat, I swear. Sorry to disturb your regularly scheduled program because this is what pops up next. I'm not trying to. We're not doing it again, but you know. This is it. My recommendations. So how do I fix it? How do I fix my playlist? If I can screenshot, I could screenshot it. It's just like this song, and then next is Muna sings Unholy. And then it's Senzawa. Hiya. It's Jover. It's so Jover. What's going on? Oh, it's so stuck in my head. I need to play something normal. I'm not even gonna. If I'm gonna, I swear I'm gonna. I need to stop listening to it. Someone give me a recent song. What's a... Hey, I swear! I need to do something else with my brain. You should assist me by suggesting a song, chat. I feel it. Input is becoming output. Oh no. Okay. I don't know recent songs. Neither do I. Neither do... Spaghetti. Check out Every Time We Touch by Electric Callboy. The heck is this? Every Time We Touch by Electric Callboy. My YouTube plays it. Okay. What the heck is techno version? Oh. Oh. Yes, can't you feel my heartbeat fast? I want this to last. Need you by my side. Whoa. Want you in my life. Whoa! I'm sorry, and then we segue back. Sorry. My sky. Cause now I'm waiting for it. Does it appear again? Oh. I'm waiting for. I get this feeling that every time we kiss, I swear I could fly. I want this to last. Need you by my side. Can't let you go. Whoa! Oh! Heartbeat fast. Need you by my side. I feel static. I wish I can scream like that. I can't let you go. Want you in my life. Oh. Oh. Whoa! And now this is all my autoplay, isn't it? Actually, yeah, I do. Whoa! I'm just gonna say, I'm like sitting here in jam. With training, maybe you could scream my heart out. Successfully converted another. I see. I see. Conversion. Is there a whole cult going on, NFS? Ooh. All I got is what? Oh. Really can. Oh. Lipstick on my feet. Oh. Sorry, it's just I looked at my OBS and for a second I'm like, wow, everything is pink, and then people who just drop in my stream right at this exact moment. Oh, all you got is what? Actually, it's a fun rabbit hole. It's a slope. This is gonna be a stupid question. What genre is this? I love this. It's so good though. Like we went from the hey song to this. Metal subgenre, forgot the exact name. Huh. Did he just scream choo 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 choo? All you got is what? All you got is what? Club metal or party metal? Oh. All you got is what? Oh. It is a rabbit hole. What's this? This is gonna be my playlist for a while. It's gonna be this, isn't it? Chat. Do they have a metal version of the Hey song? Wait, what is the title of the Hey song? Cause it was like, what was it called? Hey, I. Morning, hi Sasa. I have no context of why we're here, but we're here. Hey, I metal. Good morning. I don't think there is. Oh, there is. Oh. Is this it? Is this it? Oh. 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 Hey, hey, hey. Ooh. Hey, hey, hey. Oh. Holy crap. If you want complete opposite of this, check out Blank Space by I Prevail. Okay. Evolution. Ooh. Hey, hey, hey. Going on. It's a totally different vibe. It's a totally different vibe. Lady Gaga Just Dance metal cover. Oh. Hey. Ooh. Dang. Okay, good sir. I never knew how to pronounce their name. There you go. What the hell? What? I haven't searched, but autoplay. It's a whole thing. Oh wow, chat. Holy shit! Should I be doing this in when I'm not streaming, chat? Woo! Dress me up, make it tight, I'm your dolly. Ooh. The artist name Pelik, I think. I'm always yours. Dang. You can brush my hair. Imagination. Oh. Okay, I got distracted. What was I supposed to look for? Was it Lady Gaga? Wait, I forgot. Lady Gaga, something metal. Just Dance? No. What was the song? Damn. Scrolls up, Just Dance. Eh? Oh. Wow, I'm blind. Just Dance. Metal thing. I'm getting distracted. I should be doing something. I forgot. Oh. Oh. Wow. I wonder how they make that sound. Go in out on the floor. Be straight anymore. I love how it's so half-assed. The screen share, I mean. That I didn't just dance in the record, babe. That I didn't. Screamo. Dude, I don't even know how to do that. Is it called vocal fry? I forgot. Isn't it something along the lines if you have to fry your voice and then you kind of like make a sound? I have no idea. Is it like you have to fry it first and then do something. I kind of forgot. I can send you some. You've practiced before, haven't you? Alright, just dance. Oh, spin the record, babe. That I didn't just dance. In fact, oh, you can growl. Damn. Just dance. Watch me try to do more things that will probably confuse people who understand singing and be like, what noise is she making, chat? And I'm like, I don't know. Meow. Have you tried vocal boil? Do you get a pot and boil your voice? What does that mean? What do words mean, really? What do words mean? Collecting vocal training like Pokemon. It's like, okay, see, now my YouTube music is just you know what? I'm just gonna do spaghetti. Yeah. Maybe this will fix things. Eat it up. Maybe this will fix things, chat. Eat it up. Oh, it's just a preview. Dang, where's the full song? We're going K-pop. The Whiplash. The Whiplash. You just go from metal to K-pop. Yep. Da da da
Da da da da da da da da da da da da da da da.
Actually, my playlist. An otaku bestie. I just realized I never paid attention to the lyrics. No, I want to see if your algo will be restored. It's just gonna be fucked up, isn't it?
Crazy, 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 crazy. Crazy, crazy. Da da da. Da 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 da.
Okay, Chad, I'm gonna be honest. And I know I'm saying this as the song doesn't match it at all. I don't know why, but I woke up feeling a bit blue today. I don't know. I feel like I'm a bit off today. I feel like I'm a little blue. I'm a little sad, but I don't know why. Maybe I'm just tired and I'm not sure. I can feel like I'm off. You know what I mean? I can feel like I'm off, but it's hard to explain. I don't even know why. Is the pee. Actually, maybe marinating in pee is not the best way.
Hi. But yeah, I'm sorry if I'm a bit off today.
I wish I could tell you what's wrong with me. It's just one of those days. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not sure I'll be able to stream for 5 hours today. Cause I feel like absolutely like I'm like sitting here. I don't know how to explain it. I'm sitting here, but I feel like I can burst into tears at any moment. But I don't know why. It feels really weird. It happens sometimes. You can't be always on your peak. I know. I wish I wasn't. I don't know how to explain it, you know? Even now as I'm talking, I feel like I'm gonna cry, but I don't know why. Maybe you're tired. Maybe. I love her. I swear to God, I love her. It's the puppy blues, is what they call it.
What?
Sometimes people just have days off.
I guess so.
Maybe it's just fatigue. It's not that I'm not having a great time. So I don't want you guys to think that I'm not having fun when I'm here, because I am, I swear. It's just that my brain is like really funny.
You know? And now I'm snotty.
She doesn't hate us.
Yeah.
Who says I don't? I hate you. Go away. Leave me alone. If you leave, actually, I will hate you.
Makasih, babe.
No, thank you, Zane. I'm fine, I swear. Probably. I'm okay. I just feel like I'm zoning out more. Zoning out in a way of like, you know? My nose.
And thank you.
I know you guys care. I know you guys do. This is only not the song to talk about this on. I feel like I'm the type of person who like one day, like I'll cry and I'll have like a crying session. Just for like I'll be alone and I'm crying. I just need to like, cause I don't usually. I think I may unconsciously bottle up feelings. You know what I mean?
Sometimes it explodes out on random days.
This is one of the days. Oh, brother, it's the P, isn't it? Oh, it's the P, isn't it?
Yeah, emotional release day. Oh,
I am sadly embarrassed that you have to see it though. Usually I'm alone. You know what I mean? Usually no one sees it and I'm just alone in my bedroom hugging my pillow.
And now my nose is stuffy. It's that pretty girl mantra, this that flaunch, it just touched down in LA.
And then I just zone out and listen to the music and I sing along, I guess. Oh, my nose. I'm gonna distract myself.
Shaking like commas. Ah, pajamas.
They really are. Oh, my nose. Is it that time of the month? Actually, maybe coming. Holy shit. I should start tracking my cycle. Maybe it is. Holy shit. You're right.
Wait.
Time to sit alone in the dark room listening to music and cry.
This that pretty girl mantra, this that flaunch, it just touched down in LA.
Hey, my nose. Usually when I get like this, I'll literally sit alone in my room and just like let autoplay. And then I sing songs to myself because, you know, what else can I do? Oh, my nose. You've never tracked it. I track it when I remember. You know, usually what I do, honestly, I just wait until Ray tells me she's on her cycle. Then I kind of roughly know. I just sync my cycle to Ray's cycle. It's... You know what I mean? I'm like, oh yeah, well... What do you mean? Like there's like a time estimate. Like for like no, this is a TMI but other person's TMI, but it's related to me. Let's call it person X. Person X, I'm not talking about, you know, I'm not talking about a specific person that we all know. I'm talking about a stranger that you don't know, and when they're on that cycle, I know that I'm like a few days out from that probably. Right? And how many people do you know close enough to know their cycle?
I'm super shy.
I'm just gonna sing this song and we don't talk about that.
Here and remind all the time.
Wait, let me bring on. I'm gonna echo again. I'm gonna echo and give myself the excuse. There. Am I echoing it? I don't know. Kinda AFKs for reality for a week.
Where you wanna go? Find a little spot, just in talk, looking pretty. Follow me. Udi tooty, not on he. None me, I don't know, just a spark and your dream. You don't even know my name to ya.
You know what I should do? I should go solo karaoke in chat. I think that's a great idea. I'm just gonna sit alone in the karaoke room and sing to myself as I wallow about my cycle.
Super shy.
Take us with you. How? Be right back real quick while I just teleport to the karaoke room. The person at the karaoke get to hear me. What if I'm just singing sappy songs and I'm like, you know? Fit us in your purse. I could actually teleport. I have like a karaoke room background. Not that I'm gonna karaoke now, but every time I say that, I always end up karaokeing. Hiya. But it's been too... Last year I also did a sing-along. You're gonna be so sick of me. You're gonna be so sick of me singing, Chad. I swear to God.
All the time, I wanna tell you that I'm super shy.
I am super shy, actually. This song is me.
Do you?
And And I'm snotty. Oh, it's gonna be a snotty one. Oh yeah, you're halfway there. Do ya? Oh, my tummy rumbled. Holy crap. Super shy. I'm just gonna sit here and wallow. What if I just pretend I'm by myself? If I do that, will I be less sobby? Probably. You're supposed to get food. What if I'm sobby because I haven't had food? I'm a mess, chat. Honestly, I'm such a mess. Ugh. I'm such a mess today. Holy crap. Love you, Rose. Chad, have you ever had one of those days where you really genuinely feel like you're such a mess? That's me right now, holy crap. Love you, Rose. Oh, my tummy rumbled. I should be eating. I'm a mess. I don't know what I'm thinking anymore. Why am I opening? Where am I? I've actually had this thought before. A couple of years ago. Or like, you know, you have like one of those days where you just... Well, I have those days where I just want to sing, but I don't really want to say anything. I'm just gonna sit there and sing. But then I thought, I thought if I stream it, and you guys are just listening to me sing absolute gibberish, I'm like, oh brother. Do you think I think a lot? I think too much. I totally think too much, don't I? Hiya. Love you, Rose. How do I flip a thing? Love you, Rose. I think too much. Do you think I think too much? I probably think too much. On the back porch with a cup of whiskey listening to rock music. Hehe. You think too little. I wish I wasn't like either 1 or 100. You know what I mean? Either I think too little or I think too much. And you can hear I'm snotty now, brother. I might not do it for long. Cause what if I start sobbing? Wait. Does it work? Love you, Rose. No, my nose. Oh, my nose. Here? No, blank? No. Ah, there. You don't think and overthink of this, right? Oh, chat. I wish I didn't. If I do this though, chat, honestly, I'm probably not gonna look. I'm probably just gonna be singing to myself like a crazy person. Just leave, honestly, just leave me here. Then you switch to a sadder song and tank it to the face. Tears make singing even better. I'm not doing vocal practice, I'm subbing. I'm gonna give a warning. Just go. Leave me here. I'm not karaoke, I'm just singing along, chat. Nuke the VOD. It's okay not to be. Oh, I'm gonna cry! Oh, brother! Okay, I'm fine. I should stop reading text, honestly. I love how the song matches nothing of how I'm feeling. Wait. Blowing my nose because it's stuffy. Okay. I have to say though, you know how some girls when they're on it, they get angry. I don't. I just cry a lot. You're right. I am on my cycle. I shouldn't be streaming. Brother. I never get angry. I just cry. I'm a crier. I'm a crybaby. Oh no. I'm losing it. Okay. We're nuking the VOD. We're nuke the VOD. Cause like why would people watch me have a mental breakdance? Oh brother. Chat. Chat. Okay, I'm just gonna sing a song. I don't know. I don't even know the song. I can't read Korean also. Everyone's gonna fall asleep. Okay. I'm just gonna sing like 2 songs or something and then go cry as I eat lunch. Ugh. Let me see. Whatever is in my home right now other than the 80s songs. What's this? It's not a karaoke chat. Ayo. Yeah. I'm sobby. My voice. Girl, you know I want your love. Your love was handmade for somebody like me. Oh, I'm sobby. I said, boy, let's not talk too much. Grab on my waist and put that body on me. Come and now follow my lead. I'm in love with the shape of you. Love shampoo like a magnet too. Push and pull. All this time I thought it was we put on shampoo. Sorry. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with it. I swear to God, it sounds like they're putting on shampoo. What the hell? We push and pull like a magnet do. That makes way more sense. That makes... No, I swear to God. I swear to God. No, wait for it and like you'll hear it. Oh. But like seriously, I'm not even kidding. I wish I was. This is why I should look up the lyrics. I lost track. Girl, you know I want your love. Your love was handmade for somebody like me. Follow my lead. I may be crazy, don't mind me. Say shampoo. I'm on my waist and put that body on me. I'm gonna say it, chat. I'm in love with the shape of you. Put and pull like a magnet too. And all this time, I swear I never understood the lyrics until this exact moment. You put shampoo like a magnet do, and I'm like, why would a magnet put on shampoo? Am I crazy? No, I think I'm crazy. Maybe I'm dumb. Put shampoo like a magnet do. I've been saying it all my life. Are you telling me? Yeah, I'm like, why is shampoo here? Come on, be my baby, come on. Come on, be my baby, come on. I'm never gonna live with the shame. I'm never gonna live with the shame. Chat, we keep this between us, right? I'm in love with the shape of you. You push and pull like a magnet too. Did I just say shampoo again? I said shampoo again, didn't I? I swear to God, I'm changing the song. I can't. I swear. I'm losing it. And I can't even not say it that way because it's like by reflex. Oh, I'm in tears for a totally different reason. Oh, I should change it. You know what? Just shut up. That never happened. Never happened. Oh, I'm just gonna let autoplay. Yes, you said shampoo. Wait, push and pull. Push and pull. Oh God, I'm gonna have to internalize. It's gonna... Okay, shut up. Before the thunder. Hiya. Side counter. Thunder. Thunder. Have to pee. Thunder. Thunder. Feel the thunder. Chat, I have to pee and I'm laughing and I'm thinking about shampoo. Oh God, I'm a mess today. Today is one of those days. Oh, today is one of those days. I'm changing the song. Why? Because I should also drink and pee and eat. Talking in my sleep at night, making myself crazy, out of my mind. Wrote it down and read it out, hoping it would save me. My love, he makes me feel like nobody else, nobody else. But my love, he doesn't love me, so I tell myself, one, pick up the phone. You know he's only calling cause he's drunk and alone. 2, don't let him in, you'll have to kick him out again. 3, don't be his friend. You know you're gonna wake up in this bed in the morning, and if you're under him, you ain't getting over him. I got new rules, I count 'em. I got new rules, I count 'em. Oh. I got new rules, I count 'em. I gotta tell them to myself, nowhere to turn. I'm standing back from it. I finally see the pattern. I never learn. So I tell myself, 1, pick up the phone. You know he's only calling cause he's drunk and alone. 2, don't let him in, you'll have to kick him out again. 3, don't be his friend. You know you're gonna wake up in this bed in the morning. If you're under him, you ain't getting over him. Ugh. I got new rules, I count 'em. I love how it takes karaoke to relate. Right, exactly. Because other than, if I don't, I just think it's about shampoo. I'm still trying to learn it by heart. Eat, sleep, and breathe and rehearse and repeat it. Cause 1, don't pick up the phone. You know he's only calling cause he's drunk and alone. 2, don't let him in, you'll have to kick him out again. 3, don't be his friend. You know you're gonna wake up in this bed in the morning. If you're under him, you ain't getting over him. I got new rules, I count 'em. I got new rules, I count 'em. Oh, I gotta tell them. I gotta tell them to myself. I gotta tell them to myself. I'm so not used to that. Don't be his friend, don't be his friend. Aw, Chet. I'm calming down. Singing always calms me down. Eventually. Eventually. Probably. I'm losing. It's just going next and next and next. Let me see. So no more counting dollars. I'm probably gonna go eat after this and lie down. Well, no, I have to wipe the pee first. I don't think I can do this. Well, let me see. Where are we? And my face is flashing signs. Seek it out and you shall find. Oh, young. I don't think the world is sold. I doing the wrong thing. Wait. Why did I sing a song I don't understand the meaning of? That way I will not cry. Let me see. Everything. Oh, how about this one? There. Bear with me. My brain. This is how my brain works. I jump. Here we go again. I'm crossing my legs. I'm shrimping. I'm in the worst position. And I have to pee. Masaga konna ni kobite ma. Oh, they give English lyrics. Well then. Mauto wa konna ni kojiraseru to na. Betsu ni do demo na. Oh. Betsu ni ori wa kankei nai noni. Oh. Chad, I've never tried to sing the song. Na 遠くなったあなた全部俺のせいだん離れてったあなためてみても仕方ねだんバカになったこの俺どうすればいい幸せってどんなだったっけな覚えてないやDamn Fujikaze lyrics. I can't work with this music video. Wait. Yumi? Ame. Wakare kita koto yan完璧とか無理やん別に何も期待してないけどI wanna laugh だんだんなったあなたへな気持ち誰のせいだんだん赤くなった青さえめてみても仕方ねえだんだんアホになったこの俺どうすればいい幸せって何色だったっけな覚えてないや Song learning streams are fun too. You mean my every karaoke stream? It's more like me realizing I never really properly try to sing songs. Other than like singing along when I'm zoning out and not even knowing the lyrics. どうしたどうした I don't even know which part this is. でもまだまだこれからだからいつかあんたにたどり着くから Don't give a damn, this love in my head. Little father, won't you come with me? We're just... My tummy rumbled. From bullshit's ahead. だんだん近くなった私へどうしようかどう行こうかってどんなだったってな思いすなそうあれれれれずっと守ってくらららららずっとI'll keep it the safest, fairest, baby. Pretty much every karaoke stream. Oh, what's this? Oh. I wish I had. They don't give the lyrics. Na na. No, 中に置いてきたようなことは一つ二つ出るけどねちゃんと拾っとけおこう弾けて忘れてしまうわ You know, sometimes singing Japanese 乗り出したあのこと僕の未来が止まりどっかでまたやり直せたら回り出したあのこと僕が被害者連れでどっかをまた練り歩けたらなトゥルルルトゥルルトゥルルルトゥルルルトゥルルトゥルルルトゥルルルトゥルルトゥルルルあなたに会ったの夢の中に置いてきたけどどうして私が好きなのしか会ったことがないのにねなのにねって二人でしたんだ忘れないワイも歌うなななななようにね回り出したあのこと僕のたまりどっかでまたやり直せたら回り出したあのこと僕が被害者連れでどっかをまた練り歩けたらなトゥルルルトゥルルルトゥルルトゥルルルトゥルルルトゥルル I'm okay. I really should go to the bathroom. Laughing makes it worse. I know I should go. Oh, it's not done. こと僕の未来が止まりどっかでまた I really have to go pee. Why am I still here singing this song when I have to go bad? I'm dumb. I realize I've never tried to sing this song. Every song ever. Every song ever. One of these days I should sing a song I actually know. Na 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 na, da 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 da, da da da. Ba da ba da, ba 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 bum, ba ba bum. I really have to go pee. Ow, brother! I'll probably sing one last song, Chad. That's what I said 2 songs ago, didn't I? The reason I'm not peeing is because it's so that I'm giving myself a deadline. This is my personal deadline. How about this? I don't know what it is. Oh, sure. Light switch lyrics. Girl. We're calling at 11:30. Maybe. I burped a little. I'm sorry. It's because I haven't eaten. My tummy's empty. Ugh. Cause now where am I? Oh, son, and I'm hypnotized. Wait, I get it. I need to sing a song that I feel like I can sing. As in, I know the lyrics, so then I'll feel like I sang something and then I can go. You know what I mean? Because I feel like if I do something and I don't know how to sing it, when after I do it, I still feel like I haven't sung yet. You know what I mean? Wait, no, go pee first. It do be like that. That's how my brain works. I really have to go, actually. I don't think I can hold it. Adios, compadre. I'm gonna go pee. I should have done this 20 minutes ago. I'll be right back. I'm wait. Wait, I am back. Wait, I'm still putting on pants. Okay, I'm back. Okay, now I'm back. Wow, I totally left it with no music. I'm so dumb. I'm not even here, chat. Actually, you closed the tab. The stream was over. Hi. I feel better. I realized that I might have had to go hours ago because it hurt when I went to the toilet. Yeah, someone's gonna balk me, but I swear to God. Ow. I know, I swear to God. Your depression was bottled up, just not in the way we thought. No, you're right, actually. I think that was my problem. I'm totally fine now. Take care of yourself better, you dingus. I think I just want to be Tarzan, actually. I just want to be Tarzan. I might not even be alive. My brain cells, anyway. I took a break till I got snacks and water. Whimsy maxing. I went out, I went to the bathroom. I'm reheating my food. I forgot that I already have food. That's how off I am. I'm reheating my food. I have minutes while it's in the microwave. For my last song, this is what I choose. I'm kidding. I swear to God, I'm kidding.
Maybe I am whimsy maxing. Maybe I'm just insane.
You know what today is? Chat, you know what today is? Today is like me when I'm on my second account and I'm just doom posting. I just doom posting gibberish. Hi, should I be better at pretending to be okay? Should I pretend to be okay? Or is it okay not to be okay? Sometimes I can't decide, chat.
What the heck is...
I don't even know what song to sing. My home screen is just 80s rock, 80s R&B. Today's pop! Oh, yes, this will make me seem very new. And as a second account, I actually do. I don't log in much. Every time I log in, it's just... And I just write, Holy God, I wanna die. I'm kidding. I just say that I'm tired. That's it, probably. That's probably it. It's okay. It's an empty account. I have no followers there. It's literally a second account, chat. It's literally empty. 0 following, 0 followers. What's this? Yeah, so empty. No one will find it, probably. Where would you even look? In my pee-stained couch. It's like venting to the... I'd say that, but I don't use it much. I don't vent a lot, which is a different problem. I tried to find a song. What the heck is the song? Diet Pepsi. No, that's today's songs. I don't know today's songs. Wait, chat, don't tell me you know any of these songs. Let me say the titles. Undressed. Sounds like any song. Oh, Stay. Stay. I know Stay, probably. Today's song. Oh, la. Kapanchat. Pretend that didn't happen. Professional. What is Diet Pepsi? It's a song. I did the same thing I told you that I never would. Told you I changed even when I knew I never could. Oh, I haven't heard this in forever. Need you to stay, hey. I get drunk, wake up, I'm wasted. Still realize time that I wasted here. Feel like, can't feel the way I'll be fucked up if you can't be right here. Oh. I'll be fucked up if you can't be right here. I do the same thing I told you that I never would. Told you I changed even when I knew I never could. Know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. Need you to stay. How old is this song? No, it's not that old. Even when I knew I never could. I wanna sneeze. Need you to stay. When I'm away from you, I miss your touch. You're the reason I believe in love. It's been difficult for me to trust. I'm afraid that I'ma fuck it up. And no way that I can leave you stranded, 'cause you ain't never left me empty-handed. And you know that I can't live without you. So baby, stay. Oh, if you can be right here. I do the same thing I told you that I never would. Told you I changed even when I knew I never could. Looking at the top right corner, nothing happened. I did the same thing I told you that I never would. Told you I changed even when I knew I never could. I need you to stay, need you to stay. Whoa. Not there yet. You're waiting for it. I was wrong. Need you to stay, need you to stay. What is this? Hold. I don't know this song either. Next. Somebody I used to know. Anxiety. Nope. Nope. I'm just pressing next forever. She's so lovely with her voice. I'm purposely not looking at you clapping at me. I'm never gonna look. Dark, you should just go and leave me here. Don't come back. Adios. Goodbye. Forever, ever, ever. Somebody I used to know is a good song. Yeah, but that was Anxiety. It wasn't somebody I used to know. They lied to me. I'm still here. Go. I'm having a mental breakdown. I had a mental breakdown. I feel better now after going to the bathroom and realizing that I just needed to go to the bathroom. But I'm breathing, and that's fine. What's this? 2000s alternative. Whatever that is. Oh, it's all just Linkin Park, which is great. Can't see it, but it's great. Oh my god! Okay, 2000s alternative is filled with songs like What I've Done, and then Evanescence, Linkin Park, Coldplay. Oh, they're all good songs. Actually, the classics. I just want to play this song because I haven't heard it in forever. I forgot what it's like. Holy shit. I just want to hear it again. I'm not gonna... I haven't heard it in forever, actually. Don't mind me. Classics, that hurts a little. I'm not gonna sing it. I don't think I can. Okay, I never mind that I say that about every single song ever. I believe in you. Don't. Oh. And we're back to like these songs again. Thousand miles. Oh. Let mercy come and wash away what I've done. I'll face myself to cross out what I've become. Erase myself, let go of what I've done. Oh, this song was good. Of our certainty, let mercy come and wash away what I've done. I'll face myself, cross out what I've become, erase myself, let go of what I've done. I haven't heard this song forever. I forgot how good it is. Oh. I feel better. I'm forgiving what I've done. I'll face myself to cross out what I've become. Erase myself, let go of what I've done. Ooh. Man. Okay, I'm done. I'm happy. Maybe I just needed to listen to Linkin Park, actually. Maybe all I needed was just to listen to Linkin Park. Chat. That was all I needed. I feel better. That I genuinely feel better. Maybe I just need to. Oh my god. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna eat and then I'm gonna come back. Not stream. And I'll just be like screaming by myself in my room. Oh my god. Is this what puberty feels like? For the second. I'm kidding. You're so good at singing rock songs. Are you playing with it? I've genuinely never sang rock songs before our last karaoke. you like the last proper karaoke, you know what I mean? I don't think that's what puberty feels like. Because I've always thought that I can't sing it, you know what I mean? I never thought I could do it. It's always the last karaoke. I genuinely, you know what? I think the soundproofing, the soundproofing the room was a good. Because I feel like before it, I would be scared to like bother the neighbors. Missed the ending note because I forgot how it goes. I haven't heard that in a long time. Not that long, but like not enough to remember how it goes. Wow. Wow. Wow, what's this? Oh. I'm not gonna sing it. Oh, I keep saying that! I keep saying that. last one, I swear. I used to rule the world. Seas would rise when I gave the word. Now in the morning I sleep alone. Sweep the streets I used to own. Oh. last one, I swear. I used to roll the dice, feel the fear in my enemy's eyes. Listen as the crowd would sing. Now the old king is dead, long live the king. 1 minute I held the key, next the walls were closed on me. My castle stand upon pillars of salt, pillars of sand. I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, once you'd gone there was never an honest word. That was when I ruled the world. Was a wicked and wild wind, blew down the doors to let me in, shattered windows and the sound of drums. People couldn't believe what I'd become. Revolutionaries wait for my head on a silver blade, just a puppet on a lonely string. Ah, who would ever wanna be king? I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield. Missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, no Saint Peter will call my name. Never an honest word. That was when I ruled the world. Whoa, 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 whoa. I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, the missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, no Saint Peter will call my name. Never an honest word, but that was when I ruled the world. Did I get through it without an ad-lib? Did I get through that without an ad-lib? Oh my god. That's autoplay, by the way. I didn't click that. Ow. I got through without an ad-lib, maybe? I'm not sure. I can't remember. That was the most one that I'm the most zoning out. The most one that makes no sense as an English sentence. Like I said, when I'm alone, I usually just sing alone and like stare out into space. That's probably it. I try to ignore those. Why is this song playing? I don't think I can sing you song. Home. With no preamble. Let me try. Call my name and save me from the dark. Bid my blood to run. I shouldn't. Save me. I should go eat. I've become. I need to eat and shut up. Just trying to tell you to commission an official cover of Bring Me to Life. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Me to life. Wake me up inside. Wake me up inside. It is fun to sing though. The dark, bid my blood to run before I come undone. Nothing I've become. It's a fun song to sing though. I've been living a lie. You know what it is, chat? I listened to this song so much in the past, but I could never bring myself to sing it because I didn't think I could. So now that I'm kind of sort of trying to sing it, it's giving me this vicarious happiness of like, holy shit, I can sing it a little bit, you know? Among the dead. I should do that in my free time. Thank you for listening to me, chat. Am I ending with this song still playing? Probably. You can. All this that you sure can. Even all these years I could have. It is fun. It is so much fun. And even a little bit. You have the prettiest ones. I'll try to take it. I'm trying to, because I haven't been able to. I've never used this voice before. That one time after that karaoke stream. I'm getting used to what sound is coming out of my mouth. That's the word I'm gonna use. I'm flinching less. Bring me. Where's my thing? Thank you for listening, chat. She's getting used to it. I'm flinching less. It's kind of crazy. On stream, people practice, but I just stream. Honestly, is that a wise decision? I'm not sure. Thank you, Chad, for accompanying me lose my mind a little bit. I'm sorry that I lost it. It's just one of those days, Chad. But like, oh my god, wait, 3 doors down, that's so good. Honestly, if I didn't have to eat, I could like sit here forever and never stop, which is what I do in my free time. But it is what it is. They call her Kanna. I'm losing my mind again. No apologies, we got karaoke out of it. The slope is covered in ice and now it's so slippery. While you practice your songs, you have like a fan club. Shut up with the fucking talent. What talent? I mean, thank you for your compliments. I am learning to accept them. I still feel like I still feel like I don't really know what I'm doing when I sing, but I'm trying to think of it less. I'm trying to think of it less, and that's all I'm getting. Thank you, chat, for accompanying me today. I know if I don't say thank you, I'm just gonna play another song and I'll do it again. Like genuinely, I will sit here. Why am I free talking when I should be ending? Wait, let me. With no background sound, I swear to God. Make it really low. Then play something. When I was younger, and I was going through something really hard, I would go karaoke maybe 2 or 3 times a week for like 3 hours. 3 to 4 hours. Every single time. So I think that's also why I default to singing when I'm not feeling well. But usually I'm alone, chat. Usually I'm alone. Let's talk about endurance. I guess so. Thank you for accompanying me. I'm sorry that I didn't show my best self today, and that you had to watch me have a mental breakdance. But I genuinely still had a wonderful time. Really, I'm so happy to not be alone for once. I appreciate you guys accompanying me. I really do. Thank you so much. All that singing experience yet doesn't think much of herself. Yeah, because it's just like I'm just like singing to myself. Does that count? Happy to be here. Thank you so much. You guys, you suck. You suck. Yes? Oh. I had to step away, but it was fun. Aw, thank you. I don't know why just even that made me cry. I'm on my cycle. Hey, thank you to be. And my nose is stuffy. Oh, brother, why am I such a crybaby? Wish we could hear you sing a bit longer. Really? Even if I talk to myself and I ad-lib and I don't know the song and then I say shampoo when the words aren't shampoo. Shampoo. That's gonna take a while to get my tongue out of that when I sing that song. Shampoo. I've always wondered why magnets with shampoo. We push and pull. We shampoo. I listen to you conditioned to, well, shit. Shampoo, yeah, exactly. The unconditioner. Actually, it's actually an unconditioner if you think about it. If you put on conditioner and you shampoo, you uncondition it. So really, it's unconditioner. You're right. Avenue, and the reason is you. 3-in-1 magnet, shut up. You didn't know. For all that I knew. I don't know the lyrics. I'm gonna say shampoo is you. I swear, if I don't stop myself, I'll do this forever. At least for hours. Will I butcher every song and whatever this playlist is? Thank you, Chad. I'll see you tomorrow. What is that? Papa Roach? Oh, I'm getting distracted. The reason is shampoo. I'll see you next time, chat. I'll see. Actually, why is it good? Kind of. Oh, I'm getting distracted, chat. I swear to God, I need to stop. I have to learn self-restraint. I'll put on a different song. Wait here. Yeah, there we go. Have fun cleaning the sofa. Oh, you're right. I'm gonna go question my life choices. Eat, clean the sofa, mop the floor. Think about why I had a mental breakdown today. Never heard Papa Roach. No, actually, I don't think I have. Is it? It's from 2000s. Should I have? Oh. We'll save that discussion then. They're so good, really? I can yap forever, chat. Maybe because I do feel calmer after singing, I have to say. I feel better. Thank you for letting me sing gibberish. I feel more sane again. I really do. I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna sit my butt down and think about how much I miss you before I see you guys on Saturday, I think. Singing Less the Emotions Out. Yeah. Yeah. I think you just needed the bathroom. Yes. You know what? Maybe it's like a PTSD thing because I was surrounded by pee, Zaid. I was surrounded by pee. So maybe, Zaid, maybe I subconsciously avoided peeing. Did you think about that? Are you saying we should start every stream like with singing? Honestly, if I had my way and I didn't think you guys would totally be sick of me singing, I would totally... I'm kidding. Adios, my compadres. That's Spanish, wasn't it? Was it? I don't even know. I'll see you guys. What an inconvenience. Shut up. I don't think I have the... Can I even? Wait. I don't think I'm gonna raid. I don't know why. I feel like I'm just gonna like schmuck all over the place and be like, I had a mental breakdown. That's what was happening in stream. So Michi's streaming though. You guys should check her out. I don't know if you know Michi. I'm kidding. Manual raid Michi. Yeah. Who? Bye, chat. Don't tell anyone I have a mental breakdown today. I don't know if I'm gonna keep the VOD or not. I don't know if I'm supposed to have a mental breakdown on the internet, but that's what happened. Adios. Who? Bye, chat. I miss you guys already. Got better. Ish. I'm gonna go have an existential crisis while I eat. You know what's gonna happen, right? I'm gonna get my reheated food that's probably cold again now. Bring it to the sofa. Put on the exact same thing. I'm just gonna put on random karaoke videos and I'm gonna sing along on my sofa while I eat. Bye bye, and I won't forget to end stream this time because I think I'm gonna turn everything off and sob. Bye bye. Thank you so much for joining me. I said that like 5 fucking times. Yay! See you Saturday. Bye. Man, the pants one. I really shot. I picked a terrible timing to slide over. Oh, thank you. There you go. Oh, jeez. Right. If you can just ignore whatever that was, thank you. I ended on that one last stream. I did. Did she have to flash us before leaving? Chat. Chat. You know what makes me sad? I'm ranting instead of eating. You know, I have like an art tag on Twitter, right? The hashtag for like fan art and stuff like that. It's wonky. I don't know why, but when I click it, it doesn't show the things that has been hashtagged with my hashtag. Yeah, it doesn't show up. Every time I click it, what shows up is just things from 2021 or 2022 or something. Mobile or PC, both. I think it just never works for me. Like for example, the fan arts with like the girly pops in it, they never show up there when I open it anyway. I don't know why. That's why I'm so sad because I can't see it. Nah, man. Yeah, I don't know why though. Yeah, it needs to happen, chat. We need to make her $1 million more. That would be wonderful. I love fan art. I always so love it so much. But yeah, like for example that one. That didn't appear. This one also didn't. This was personally sent to me. It's usually like the girlies sending the links over. That's when I see it. I don't know why though. It's not a lot I've been drawing. No, but like there are some that's like recent-ish, but they don't pop up anyway. You know what I mean? And also nobody draws me. Actually, no, never mind. Maybe I'm the problem, chat. Just leave me here. I don't exist. Nuke me. Goodbye. Bye, chat. Thank you for hearing me rant on the ending screen. See you guys. Bye-bye. Yes, I'm getting my cold food. Bye.